nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
Spooky.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
Was that a party or?
Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Immerse yourself in all it contains, in all its glory, and Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Unless they playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming out the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farms.
This could be it, Harry. Pass the word along. Tell the men it's time to shoot the moon.
Shoot the moon!
No, idiot. Not out there on the microphone. On the microphone.
Shoot the moon. Shoot the moon.
are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
You've done this 1,000 times. And the show must go on. You've got to give the people what they want. Piece of cake.
Man, I'm just sitting back watching the pussification of this whole country. Can't say this, I can't say that. Shit, what the fuck can I say? When did y'all become so fucking sensitive, man? Lighten up. I'm just here to entertain you. And if that triggers you, well, then you're a pussy. Listen, it's a cold world, easier to play this shit safe. Knowing how the world gon' judge you if you make a mistake. These miserable fucking people so saturated with hate, they can't wait to pile it on someone else's plate. Like if I'm right with every word except for one in the song, they'll only focus on and judge me for the one that was wrong. Cancel this, cancel that, fucking welcome to America. The home of specializing in assassinating character. I hate it, I prefer going in guns blazing, annihilating anyone who's testing my patience. Ain't no room for pussyfooting in the rap game, and I'm drawn to controversy like a moth to a flame. And you little snowflakes better quit your complaining. Not racist, I'm just not too big on the Asians. Shit, I'm kidding you, idiot, but with no hesitation. These fuckers run with it and post it up on Twitter while saying that Webby's some sort of bigot for fucking making a joke. You're not woke, you're just sensitive and quick to provoke. So I'd like to invite you to suck my dick till you choke. Deep throat, pow pow, got your bitch in my scope. Everyone that I'm seeing is looking pussy as fuck. Go and cry about shit without even looking it up. So I'd like to thank my bullies all for making me tough, because it's looking like y'all ain't get bullied enough. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Because I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Easy does it, Webby, try to keep that temper in check. I'm going off like Terminator in the metal detector. Hit him with the blur like my memory gets from blowing benzos while I'm drinking. Yeah, I tend to forget, a devil's reject. Ever since a kid I've been a loser, but I dealt with it. It's called developing a sense of humor. Learn to laugh a little bit, this shit is good for your health. If you can't take a joke, you need to take a look at yourself. Shit, if I didn't have the haters, then I would probably withdraw. Shit, dog, honestly, I would probably miss y'all. Haters, really please, promise me you'll never quit, y'all. Here, I'll make fun of me with y'all. Here's my impression of Webby, no one's doper than me. I got the hairline of someone that's 10 years older than me. Sitting dissing politicians like I'm fucking sport fishing. Say I fucked their wives and daughters when I obviously didn't. And I'm pale year round, summertime or deep winter. And I chew with my mouth open when I eat dinner. My liver has put up with plenty of cheap liquor and more drugs in a lifetime than Keith Richards. I used to work out, shit, I really was buff. Then I stopped working out, now I'm skinny as fuck. Like so skinny, when the wind blows hard I lose balance. So skinny, looking like I won a tapeworm challenge. It ain't that hard to laugh a bit at your own expense. Fucking just relax and shit. Smoke a joint, eat a Xanax, you bitch. This uptight bullshit's what I've had it with. If you're still mad after what you've listened to, then that's just a bitch in you. Suck a dick or two, ain't no fixing you. Fake woke can't take a gay joke. People that I'm spitting to, I am here to trigger you. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Fucking pussy.
Trigger.
Forget about it, Frankie.
world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
Listen, Bogey, I think it's about time we spoke that godly shit. Maybe interest some folk, or maybe not. Listen, command the room when I'm stepping in. A giant over next to kin is a Nephilim, or the Nephilim, something you've never seen. Like Adam and Eve, no leaves, Harold pressing jeans. What? I represent the bread and beans, still building halfway up on the mezzanine. Dare to dream, cry Pablo running Medellin. Shave also from my product, my air to fiends. Yeah, with that I came cause I'm more than able to Jesus tread on the water when my thoughts enabled. And when I'm talking my rhymes, divine course through my spine. Miracles occur, turn the water to wine. I flock the sheep, receive messages like Moses did at a precipice. And now until I exit this, I'll bless with rhetoric, give light like God in Genesis, removing pain and pestilence. Nostalgia make your reminisce.
I walk through the valley of the shadow with death. The devil's trying to break me down. I walk through the valley of the shadow with death. To right my wrong. I walk through the valley of the shadow with death. When my feet get weary, I walk through the valley of the shadow with death is
magnificent space dweller. Pinpoint the vital nerve. White lotus, guillotine blade. I smoke island herb. Drop a brick on your fitted and tilt your whole way of living. Victorious vision, undetected hypnotism, $1,000 Alps, mountain jumpsuit, all terrain, glaciers and altitude. This is how you jump through. Legend on the pop up. Don't get shot, cause you know the guy got nuts to open your top. Take a number. What all the other bitter backbiters? Johnny come latelys who hate me because I'm brighter. For all the spades in my deck of cards, eat it like a broke nigga staring at a necklace hard. This the type of shit to get me charged. To make a pilgrim wanna invest 50 large, my shit's retard. Frankenstein rhyme, electrical volts. PA, you know the MO, the message is post. Toast.
Godly, time to listen up and hear the God speak. Move alone, don't need a boss. Strike you down, but I like it if you cross me. When you cross streets, don't believe it, they just watch me. Even when the dark was upon me, you're more godly. I kept faith, remain godly. If we don't remove evil, the cloud swarms me. Could be costly, swap the boss, so just be marked with peace.
I walk through the valley of the shadow with death. The devil's trying to break me down. I walk through the valley of the shadow with death. To right my wrong. I walk through the valley of the shadow with death. When my feet get weary, I walk through the valley of the shadow with death is.
Stop knocking at my. Stop knocking at my. Stop knocking at my door.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so
chase the high until it fades. Better pace myself, push my limits every day. celebrate myself. My time is on the way. Better brace myself. Cause if I didn't give the shit my all, I swear to God I couldn't face myself. I've been telling these stories about my life. My life. My life. Out around the campfire all night. Out around the campfire all night. Just trying to find my way through the moonlight. I'm just trying to find a way. I'm just trying to hide my pain as I hydroplane till my tires strain. In the left lane with a depressed brain, calling my doctor up, hoping my meds came. Another panic attack, feeling my chest tight, can't even see the road, losing my headlights. I know I gotta keep on pushing through it, and my therapy is making music. Without it, I think I would lose it. So gather round, listen up, cause what you know is not enough. Grab a blunt, fill your cup, let me tell you something. Till the campfire's out, telling stories till the campfire's out. Light the mess into the kerosene, show what life is like behind the scenes. Put my soul up on the page as I judge myself, cigarettes and cocaine. I don't trust myself, drinking whiskey for the pain, and the blunt might help. Lacking self-respect with all the love I get, why can't I find a way to love myself? I've been telling my stories to anyone listening. Better listen. I've done so much, but still I feel so insignificant, yeah. Been battling all these demons ever since my christening. Go to war with all these demons, but still I'm here and breathing, trying to find a reason why I'm breaking even. I should have more by now from all these tours and crowds, but it's just me and this bottle, so I'm about to pour it down. Fire gon' scorch the ground while I be telling my tales. Follow a treacherous trail, but in the end I'll prevail. I know I gotta keep on pushing through it, and my therapy is making music. Without it, I think I would lose it. So gather round, listen up, cause what you know is not enough. Grab a blunt, fill your cup, let me tell you something. Till the campfire's out, telling stories till the campfire's out. Light the mess into the kerosene, show what life is like behind the scenes. I deal with afflictions by willingly filling prescriptions. I live with conditions that really don't fit the descriptions. My grit and convictions, the reason I'm still in existence. My will and ambitions, the reason I'm still in the business. Still, I just wish I could turn off the shit in my brain. The positive and all the negative, living the yin and the yang. I'm still insecure even when they be telling me, Webby, you killing the game. I feel like I'm still in the rain. I wait for these feelings to change. Fifth of the Jameson, I'll sip it away. Just give me whatever, I don't wanna deal with this pain. Simple and plain, I don't wanna bitch and complain. My life really isn't so bad, I'm making a living. It's strange that I'm even feeling this way. I gotta be tough for the fans, I gotta be tough on my team, I gotta be tough on my fam. People are counting on me, and I cannot fuck up the plan. Just give me a bottle, I'm fine, I'll bottle it up in advance. Don't stop and check in on myself, I just keep on moving ahead. My wounds never heal completely, no time for the bruises demand. I push it all down like society says I should do as a man. Don't know how to talk about it, but when written in music I can. This is the way I get through it, this music is all that I got. On top of that I run a business, I need to be calling the shots. With all the pressure of that, mixed with the pressure of life. Got all this pressure that's pressing me, feel like my head's in a vice. I tell myself every night, I gotta keep on pushing through it, and my therapy is making music. Without it, I think I would lose it. So gather round. Gather round, listen up, cause what you know is not enough. Grab a blunt, fill your cup, let me tell you something. Till the campfire's out, telling stories till the campfire's out. Light the mess into the kerosene, show what life is like behind the scenes.
on? What's going on? What's going on?
I see some fucked up things.
Go to sleep.
I'm awake.
Wake
when
up.
I go to sleep.
Can't tell the difference between the two. Wake up.
The devil, here he comes, lurking in the drums, working with the music, he's a serpent with his tongue. Sneak up in the grass, who's as merciless as I am, none, nobody else, no one. Percocets and rum, circle him and run. The lion's out his cage and the circus isn't done. It's only just begun, I'm in a dark place. There's something in my blood, it's making my heart race. I think I'm going crazy, keep thinking people wanna grave me, body me, probably me. This insanity is gonna swallow me. Forget it, you don't understand, man, you don't follow me. Some people wanna see me dead. That's why I keep a 45 under my bed. There's no sun, just rain and thunder instead. Look what this sick world has done to my head. Do you see what I see when you go to sleep? Devils in your head, angels underneath the sheets. Voices of apocalypse entangled in your speech. There's a war, ain't nobody angling for peace. Do you hear what I hear when you go to sleep? Devils in your head, angels underneath the sheets. Voices of apocalypse entangled in your speech. There's a war, ain't nobody angling for peace. But Burgundy and Kami, murdered by your mommy. 500 for the suction up in her dirty punani. Whole world lost away, 30 tsunamis. Buildings knocked from the force of 32 armies. Apocalypse is coming, rocket ships are humming. Gangsta motherfuckers who are popping clips and gunning. Crackheads rolling on you, get your pocketbooks and run them. So are we to believe that this Jesus is coming? The people want religion, their religion's money. It isn't funny, like it got me sick to my tummy. Gunny, look around, don't be a dummy. Probably never see it if you don't see it from me. Some believe we all believe. Yeah, this curse is a bane, cause it's bad every day, but it's worse in the night. That's why I stay high and I curse in the mics. Cause death is the only thing certain in life. Do you see what I see when you go to sleep? Devils in your head, angels underneath the sheets. Voices of apocalypse entangled in your speech. There's a war, ain't nobody angling for peace. Do you hear what I hear when you go to sleep? Devils in your head, angels underneath the sheets. Voices of apocalypse entangled in your speech. There's a war, ain't nobody angling for peace. Do you see what I see when you go to sleep? Devils in your head, angels underneath the sheets. Voices of apocalypse entangled in your speech. There's a war, ain't nobody angling for peace. Do you hear what I hear when you go to sleep? Devils in your head, angels underneath the sheets. Voices of apocalypse entangled in your speech. There's a war, ain't nobody angling for peace.
We back. Thought it was over, stupid? Never. Twinning.
You're always fucking late. You're late for your own fucking funeral.
King of the projects, he broke the walls down. His crib was both apartments, double living rooms, shotted under both couches. Schwarzenegger been dead, but sexual crazy forever. A studded glove made of Mediterranean leather. Bitches in every bed, incidents involving sister wives. Kitchen knives, slime, get your bitch in line. Make a shit fat enough and like a savage does. Walk up to the biggest bing bong bing, stab 'em up.
When guns blast, blood splash, ash the front. The plug had a mustache like Captain Crunch. Young Pesci Papador, El Mágico with the cowboy hat like Pablo Moore. Speak across the street, coca products and tokenomics, so bionic. It's ultrasonic how I smoke the chronic. Pistolero, call me Billy Bolero. Barrel wrapped in aluminum foil like a meatball hero. Oh, you better smarten up, what you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half, shot him up. You better smarten up, what you know's not enough. Light him up, pour the body and laugh, you out of luck. You better smarten up, what you know's not enough. Bottom up, saw the shot in your half, shot him up. Better smarten up, what you know's not enough. Light him up, pour the body and laugh, you out of luck.
Fucking shitting me. Yeah, we back. Big Brooklyn shit, y'all. Gorilla Twins ethos. Bing bong. Yo. Don't ever in your life disrespect me. I'm on Jamaica Bay getting brain riding jet skis. Paper coming hefty. Keep my money in my right pocket cause the devil was a lefty. See, and if I was you, I wouldn't trust me. Catholic school uniforms, I rock the husky. Shorty, you kinda dusty. I know if we fuck, that pussy musty. It must be. I know your mother, she a custody. Gave her credit when she was sick and now she loved me. Now we getting awards and setting up tours. My Averex in 98 was better than yours, that's a fact of it. Took it back and put the battery. Walking up and down Mermaid, who wanna battle me? You don't know no rap as hard as us. Put the barrel to your forehead, you better smarten up. Know the fucking vibes. Gorilla Twins is back. Like we never left, stupid. Brooklyn. Yo, Bill, let's get it.
Yeah. Phil House. Let's go.
They don't call it work for nothing. You see that shit and wanna be it, but couldn't cook up the mustard. Stupid little fucker. Everybody wanna rap now, but jump shit when they get bad, then they fall back to the bag room. Try and spit for groupies, you ain't built for this kid, you pussy. I pick them off like Billy Zane, fuck your bitch like Billie Jean. Till she claims she caught my seed and leave your ass for bigger things. That fat lady built from the balcony. It's over for any clown that wanna challenge me. Every line's another Calvary, followed up with powder cakes, hang them in my gallery. Posterized like out in history, eats foods like calories. Vagabonds, I'm Jack the Ripper. You love that trick, dog, and I barely tip her. Fuck around and play the skipper. Fickle frauds can kiss the zipper. Skip around with a stick so big from home plate I can hit the pitcher. Every single day I'm on my grind on the business end. Every other day you in the line like you killing shit. Then there come a day when I put you out your misery. Go on, catch that fade, motherfucker. Think I'm playing with you, yeah, they acting gay for attention, that's ridiculous. You look like a lady with that choker chain like he a stripper. I'm just to chill with the aristocrats. Cop a deal from House and Salad, pop a pill and rocks and blasts going down like Richie Valens. I can stand on my own too, the whole truth, fuck you, pavement. Yeah. And ain't shit that you gon' do, your whole crew can catch that facelift. I tell them like, move, you better back up. Bitch, we some inglorious bastards. The faculty charged up an assault and battery with battering rams strapped to cannons that'll reach North Korea.
You can spot a fire by watching the Spotifyers. They just press play on my shit and they start a fire. Ride till I die till there's no grooves left on the tires. Chilling at home like umpires while I write my next shit. Lay it down and flex it from the booth to the marketplace. Let the checks hit. Treating every song like an individual investment. Underground king of my coast. Eating shellfish with a bad bitch cause we all gon' die. So this life I got, I live right. You could all try, but can't outsmart me cause mine Intellectuals on the level of AI. I've learned by defeat, check the battle and scars. Bitch, most of you can't even step to half of my bars. Fucking pussy run your mouth while you acting all hard. You probably wear your rubber gloves and face mask in a car with your windows rolled up, trying not to get sick. But shit, I've been sick for years. My therapist told me if we wrote down all of my problems, it'd be a list so long, even Santa Claus couldn't check this, let alone check it twice. Fuck naughty and nice. I'm so bad, having cola, my stocking's a way of life. Kerosene in one hand while the other got a light. Here up, then I'm calling it a night. Webby. Yeah, we all gon' die. Live like the roof's on fire. And we yelling out, burn, motherfucker, burn, motherfucker, burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. Yeah, yeah, we all gon' die. Live like the roof's on fire. And we yelling out, burn, motherfucker, burn, motherfucker, burn. Burn, motherfucker.
Fuck 'em, let them conspire. See, I can spot a liar by watching his spot expire. I can spit a verse and kill rappers with rapid fire. Rap deniers won't acknowledge my prowess, don't try to route us. Route that I'm on based on songs, now who's the loudest? Allow me to explain my versatility origins. I came up with pimps and rebels fighting the warrior. Normally I'm ignoring the silly rappers with corny M's. I can smell the smoke cause my hood was a crematorium. This is like a memoriam for what I used to be. So when I like to match you pussies, better use your feet. All that's left is charred up bodies as far as you can see. If you concede, then I might show mercy, don't try to divert me. Fuck your politics and opinion, you just a minion. Everything you ever mentioned, you heard on a cable network. I carefully craft the timeline and algorithm that's only feeding your bias. You don't believe me, just try it. Cause everything I built, see I built from the ground up. Come around us like you've been sipping that round up. Killing off your weeds as I weave in between the sound. I'm astounded how you suckers keep bitching like how come? Douse you with accelerant, what you think is irrelevant. Beating around the bush cause you scared to address the elephant. Sitting in the room while I'm shitting inside your tomb. Somebody pass me a match, click, boom.
Yeah, we all gon' die. Live like the roof's on fire. And we yelling out, burn, motherfucker, burn, motherfucker, burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. Yeah, yeah, we all gon' die. Live like the roof's on fire. And we yelling out, burn, motherfucker, burn, motherfucker, burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn.
Pass me the flamethrower, matching the gas and it's game over. Molotov cocktails out of the Range Rover. Half of my brain smolder with rap, I'm a chain smoker. A dragon who take over, make crack from the baking soda. Gas stove veteran, chefing up the medicine. But never get the credit, I'm more Tesla than Edison. All about the Benjamins and what I can invest it in. After the dough, turning big bucks into venison. Replicated, devastated, place you on the ventilator. Dish you on the record and write your name in the metadata. Meditative state of an out-of-body experience. Light your buddy on fire, get buried inside cemeteries are eerie when spirits started appearing in spots. I spit lyrics and raps you'll never hear again. Better give love or get sent to heaven above or get shredded, fed to the furnace like Freddie's sweater and glove.
Yeah, we all gon' die. Live like the roof's on fire. And we yelling out, burn, motherfucker, burn, motherfucker, burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. Yeah, yeah, we all gon' die. Live like the roof's on fire. And we yelling out, burn, motherfucker, burn, motherfucker, burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn.
Here we go again. Check it out. Yo, these mean streets is ice cold and callous. Where malice is blind, it lays waste to talented minds. I used to switch the cap off a bottle of Valentine and take another swig for every fallen pal of mine. Till my 40s was backwash and bottles was broken. Sniffing 40s and sacks off the side of a token. Now you boys better back off, don't try to provoke them. I put holes in your jacket, oh fuck the side of it soaking. Might of a sultan, it's a sight of a fighter revolting. The vibes of the rebel, look into the eyes of the devil, incite and insult them. You go see the sides of the metal, the hole you falling in, the dirt spilling from the side of the shovel. In summation, and I done run around the nation now, all the way to Russia. Now they wanna rush him and try to take him down. I move mountains to make it happen. You feel the shaking ground. You ain't understood it, so I guess I better break it down. These dudes try taking my spot. They wanna come and take what I got. I ain't getting beat up or shot. These dudes try taking my spot. They wanna come and take what I got. I ain't getting beat up or shot. It ain't happening now. It ain't happening.
I'm in the crib tripping and rolling, sniffing and smoking. Outside the pigs are patrolling, so picture this moment. Got a loaded gun, holding funds. Bunch of stolen ones, a brick stack of Benjamins, Molly, Bacardi, Coke and rum. Headphones on, a hot beat, the drop heat. Grab my notebook, then I proceed to rock geek. This is my chance. Got a pistol in hand, shit on your mans, dissing them scrams. Keep listening, fam, ripping the jam. So easy the kids understand. I'm the illest, so damn real. Make you piss in your pants. I'm the yard boy, got the whole world at my front door. I want more money, that's what I come for. Run yours, arms acrobatic in action. Monster madman, mathematics, I'm mashing. Earthly heat and disturbed. 30 heat in my word. Early chief in the herb degrees, 33 in the third. These fools wanna fall like they hard. They wanna take mines and get large. Wanna step foot in my yard. These fools wanna fall like they hard. They wanna take mines and get large. Wanna step foot in my yard.
Niggas disco rapping like Gloria Gaynor while I splash the ink like a Renaissance painter. It's insane paragraphs stuck in my brain. I stretch out the canvas and staple a frame and pass it like a no-look. The gallery's my notebook where every single rhyme is tainted. This lead in the paint, ain't it? Amazing what I do with big pens. Van Gogh, Starry Night painted again. I spit 16s in the chapel. Michelangelo painted the apple that Eve bit. This is real shit, so slide with me like the serpent in the garden. Beg your pardon, I watch how the human heart hardens. I drop the bargains, dollar in the dream. Still tote max strapped with infrared beams. Real as it seems, most niggas is fake. And them niggas that you talking to could be the fucking Jake. So
these fools wanna fall like they hard. They wanna take mines and get large. Wanna step foot in my yard. These fools wanna fall like they hard. They wanna take mines and get large. Wanna step foot in my yard.
Need a sedative for my mind, yeah. Break me up a line, guess I'm just a product of the fucking times, yeah. Someone hit rewind, back to when this life was just a little simpler. Now I'm living in these new perimeters, like a prisoner. Looking back at what it used to be, cause this ain't even similar. I'm feeling like I came in at the end of the fucking world as we knew it. So when is someone gonna pinch me, fucking wake me up? Or are we really stuck? I just can't comprehend shit. As technology is taking over while the ones in power got us on a choker, losing human rights and losing my composure. And you people wonder why I'm never sober. I can't even tell what's real anymore. Fake world getting faker quick, a bunch of fake people. From the lip filler to the fucking filter that be on the picture. Where the fuck is God? Why he let the devil win? Or is this purgatory that we've settled in? Cool it, Webby, you're just in your head again. You'll feel better when you take your medicine. Cause I've been feeling so damn numb, it's hypnotic. If I'm honest, I don't know how to get off it. I'm feeling so high that I couldn't come down if I wanted. When I'm on it, see the edge and go beyond it. I'm lost in euphoria, yeah. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. I'm lost in euphoria, yeah. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. Need a sedative for my brain, yeah. Life been feeling strange, doctor give me just a little Novocaine, yeah. Don't wanna feel the same, I just need a little something for the stress. As we all descend into this fucking mess of a reality, they all be telling me it's got me anxiety ridden and depressed. All they see is pill bottles and the smoke. I just see it as a way that I could cope. Hard to keep hope when we got a rope tied in a noose right around the throat. Shit is fitting snug too, but it's straight. Because what these drugs do help abate all the fucking weight on my breastplate. I don't really know how much more I could take. So just find me something that gon' have me feeling better. Keep it sunny for me through the shitty weather. When the storm is coming, put me in the center. When my medicine won't even feel the pressure. Till it wears off and I'm clear. In a world that I don't wanna be near. Crush another line, make it disappear. Yeah, ain't no sunshine round here. Because I've been feeling so damn numb, it's hypnotic. If I'm honest, I don't know how to get off it. I'm feeling so high that I couldn't come down if I wanted. When I'm on it, see the edge and go beyond it. I'm lost in euphoria, yeah. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back down. I'm lost in euphoria, yeah. I don't wanna come back down. I don't wanna come back
Only one thing will be able to destroy them. An even greater team of superpowered foes. Yes, a veritable army of the most deadly villains alive. And by skillfully manipulating my high-frequency emotion charger, I can fan the flames of hatred in the heart of every evil menace in existence.
My mind is trapped in the prison of acid vicious massacres, witches, apparitions, smack addictions, maggots coagulated black syringes, black magic wizards with Mac-11 pistols surpass actual physics, sharper than glass, shattered to splinters, destined to burn in hell eternally, to dash a cinder, or to forever dance in the savage avalanche of winter. Off with this fucking hand happily, blood splattered on his entire fucking family ecstatically. Shooter spray the pores, superstitious fatal thoughts, control hollows at you, both on my shoulder like table salt. Black army jacket, shrunken head, carny magic, grimy savage, feed you to the poor like a salami sandwich. Gangsta party ballads, the karate anthems, Canarsie block party stabbings on the body cameras, pillows and Percocets, learn to invest, purple cassette versus a death, swerve and connect. Oh, damage incorporated, torch the place, the palaces are all the same, burnt to the ground, or just a wall of flames. Saber-tooth smiles, crocodile teardrops. Twisted sacrificial rituals to weird gods. Snipers proceed through banana clips and clear shots. Posted up in foxholes, singing military songs. Catch you while you asleep. You never know when your crib with so many guns. The beams resemble UFOs. Whoa! I always root for the villain. Deep down, he a hero. He don't know what he doing. Whoa! I always root for the villain. Even my grandmother loved all them shooters and killers. Oh! I always root for the villain. Deep down, he a hero. He don't know what he doing. Whoa! I always root for the villain. Even my grandmother loved all them shooters and killers.
Let's get it. Raw shit you ever seen. It's the kerosene. Self-made shit out the Everglades by the evergreens. Fuck the cheddar dreams. Pocket stay forever green. Neighborhood looking like a clip from a Beretta scene. Black exploitation cinema. This my ghetto theme. Loyalty, honesty, the dynasty with two pillars. Scale in the room, tilt the move with balloon fillers, tomb fillers. No mercy, do you dirty, they dome builders. Working ceilings of Cancun villas. All we gotta do is remove filters. bone chilling. My life stories are gory and strong language, a new thriller. Got some warehouses, a few distillers. Billie Holiday arm hooker stoned out. I keep some cute Wilmers. Rob Broomstick, more wicked than Broomhilda. Proof in the pudding, got the footage. I'm the new Pilger. Bag of coke, a few Miller. She letting dudes film her.
Yeah. We push it to the limit. Sweet Pea in his prime, putting on a clinic. My OG sturdy, he was pushing from a quick. The lone wolf ugly in the Audemars squishy. 357 Magnum dump. I'm leaving body parts scattered. It's a scavenger hunt. There's bodies everywhere. Look, they will not stop the barrel. I'm coming for the bag, Paul. Lock, stock, and barrel. It was lonely on the ad. Afghan anti, so we get your head. I'ma have to put another boulder in the bag. FDP 9, throw it in the jag. I got a mop that'll kill safe. 98 shots, bump stock, and I'm still waiting. It's cold outside, hotter from the hook. Fuck about my face, Paul. I ain't trying to talk stupid. Yeah. DJ Muggs. Yeah. Yeah. Billy. William Cutty. Pacienza G-Rap. Go. Heavy metal kings. We not playing around out here. Billy. Pop, 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 pop. Stupid. G-Rap. The GOAT. The greatest. Billy Idol. William Cutty. One of the best ever. Billy. Billy Ocean. We still here. My brother. We still here. Raise the gates.
Oh, we are live. What's going on? How are we doing tonight? Oh. I'm live. I'm live right now, dude.
That's adorable. Yeah. You're live. How adorable. Yeah. You know what's adorable?
Yeah.
I'm live.
Yeah, it's
quaint. It's majestic. It's colorful.
So they moved you over to the cute. They moved you over to the cutest room in the back over there at the agency.
Yeah, they made me come to work. They're like, dude, okay, we know you can work through your computer, but you have to come into the office at least once or twice a month. So
at least they got you out of that dark dungeon you were in for a while.
Why am I talking on the microphone? You can hear me down the hallway over there.
I can hear you fine. Nancy, make sure you send him over the envelope I left in your third drawer. Thank you. You'll be getting an envelope. You'll be getting an envelope soon.
I brought my equipment with me.
Cool. I'm glad you remembered to bring my equipment.
Bag and all that. So.
Oh, cool. Well, at least you remembered to bring all your equipment.
Yes.
So I guess we're ready to go now.
Oh, I know. I got to work on. Yeah. Well, I have to pull off some assignments. What are the deadlines that I've been pushing back? So.
Yeah. Those deadlines that they put on us. I mean, to make it, to make it a goal instead of a dream. You know what I mean? All that malarkey. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, it seems like it.
Well, I got to do a couple ciphers.
It works sometimes.
Yeah.
What's up?
I got to work on a couple ciphers for the Black Op operation they got going on, and some anti-surveillance assets that you might have to come with me to contact at lunchtime.
At lunchtime, but is that lunchtime like my lunchtime or lunchtime? The lunchtime.
Not today.
The lunchtime.
Lunchtime tomorrow. No, we're not going to the soup aisle. Don't worry.
All right. Just making sure because if I had to do that, I would have to put on some boots. You know what I mean? I wouldn't wear my sneakers for that. But So anyway, at least we got that figured out. How's everybody doing tonight? We have so far we have 13 people watching, and I'm still just waking up. Grand Rising. How's everybody doing? 12:15 a.m. Grand Rising. I don't know what to do about it. JJ Organics, Random Fan, Kim Ray, Drew Duncan, Joey Cool. Andrew Haverding. I don't know. Am I saying it right? JMC. Daniel Becker. We got a lot of people here. People are probably in and out, but we still had a lot of people there. Kim Ray, did I say Kim Ray? Probably already. I say people twice. Oh, Michael Joshua Lewis. Can't forget about you. All right, so give me a second. We gotta use this thing like it's 4:20. All right, let's do this.
You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
All right, well, I got something kind of cool here that I found that I've never seen it before. You guys are all more astute than me, so you guys probably have. All right. Beyond the Ice Wall, 1912 Captain Robert Scott expedition to Antarctica. Check this out. That looks like a building. Well, I don't know. Is it ruins? Or did they build it as like a fort to stay in? What do you guys think? Ruins. Those are ruins. Now, I'm not sure how real this is, but this is supposed to be in Antarctica. And this is what I was looking for the other day. Pictures of ruins in Antarctica. And I found it. Now, I'm not sure how real this is, but that looks like a pillar. There's not snow everywhere. It doesn't look like it's snow everywhere. There's snow back there. You can see it in the mountain. Just look at it for a minute. There's a penguin statue, which is kind of awkward. I mean, I know they have a lot of penguins there, but why would that already be there? You know, that looks like something we put there. Maybe it was photoshopped in. Who knows? Looks like the piece of a building or something that was once there. Pyramid. I guess there's a pyramid there. I don't know. What do you guys think? CGI? Pyramids outside the ice wall. There's a photo of the dark furniture over here. AI generated pictures. Yeah, I know. Daniel Becker said these are real photos of things outside the ice wall about 200 miles or so. Ice Head. What do you guys think about the Ice Head? Think it's legit? Oh, Antarctica. There's the AI photos. That's what you were just talking about. Someone was just talking about that. That's not what I'm looking for. How do I get back on this thing? Where was it? That's the only one. AI photo. I got a whole bunch of shit. I have.
It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
You like it? You like it? Oh, look, it finally made it. It made it. Add to playlists. Civil rights audits done. All right. So let me see. Let's see what kind of videos we got here. Who am I following on this thing? Nobody's watching me on Odyssey. Are you serious? Zero. You see that? We're live on Odyssey. Zero. Hello. Someone go over to Odyssey and make some comments, please, and give it some thumbs up. We're We're trying to move over to that platform if possible. Because look at all the cool stuff they show on Odyssey that we don't get to show on YouTube. Let's see. There was something I wanted to show. It might pop up again. I lost it. I can go back and find it if I really want. I know where it is. I'm just looking. I'm looking at my options here on Odyssey. You know, this is what's going on Odyssey for you people who aren't on Odyssey. You don't know. Not too much. And you got to be careful too, because it's like some of these things you can get away with on Odyssey, you can't get away with. So I can't just go all willy-nilly.
You know him? Where's he? What level does he work on?
No, let's check. This one looks like it might be good.
What's?
Good evening, everyone.
Willy-nilly.
Special video for you.
Where does he work?
You guys today,
Which
and
department is he in?
this video is going to show you how they hide the ice wall from the tourists who actually take a tour to supposedly Antarctica. And there's only 2 tour routes from 2 different countries, and you're going to be amazed. Once I went to the original flat Earth map from 1892, it was easy to figure out how they do it. I'm going to show you guys. Enjoy the video.
Okay, here we have the flight and cruise route for a tour to Antarctica from Planet Janet Travels. Let me zoom in on that a little better where you guys can see it. There we go. Okay. Now, let's switch over to this map of the route so you can see the names. It leaves out of Cape Horn. Goes past the South Shetland Islands along the Antarctic tail and then back up. Now this right here would be the South Shetland Islands on Google Maps. And then of course there's the little tail of Antarctica. There's a panned out view for you guys to see it a little better. But pay attention to the tail of that Antarctica. It's going to be really important in a minute. Here's another view of the route. See how it goes along the edge of that tail and then they turn around and they go back? Okay, now here's where things get interesting. Let's look at the 1892 flat Earth map. Now, this right here is South America. So let's zoom in here where you guys can see this. Now here's the route. There's Cape Horn, where they leave from. And as you can see right down below that, you have the South Shetland Islands. Okay, and then you have the ice wall, of course. But notice this little tail right here. Well, that's the same tail that you see on the continent Antarctica that they show you on the globe, which is pretty slick. But anyways, this little part right here, this is the little area that they travel along and call it the Antarctica, which is only a tiny little bit. So the route goes this way. It goes through the Shetland Islands, comes down through here, past these little islands, then turns around and goes back to Cape Horn. And if you'll notice on this map how the ice wall looks, well, down here where they supposedly tour at, this is the only part of the little ice wall that sticks out in that area. So you'd be stationed there working or take a tour and you would never really see the ice wall. You only see that little piece of it that sticks out because of the rest of Antarctica is off limits. Now let's have a look at the only other tour that you can take to Antarctica, which goes from South New Zealand and back to Tasmania. Now, notice, I want you to pay attention to that little Stewart Island there as you leave New Zealand. Notice they go down here to what they call Commonwealth Bay, and then they cruise along a little bit, turn around and go back to Tasmania. Okay, now let's have a look at that route on the flat Earth map. Here we have South New Zealand. And notice right there, on the other side of it, you see that little Stewart Island that I was telling you guys to look at on the Google map. Okay, so the route leaves here, goes down here, which on this flat Earth map, it says Disappointment Bay. Remember on the Google Earth map, it says Commonwealth Bay, and then they go back, return to Tasmania. So, anyways, like I said, they leave here, go along this little bitty tiny bulge that sticks out from the ice wall called Commonwealth Bay, Disappointment Bay, whatever. Notice it's the only part in the ice wall except for the other part that I showed you that bulges out away from the ice wall. So anyways, they go down through here, cruise along a little bit, and then return back to Tasmania. That way you never see the ice wall. You only see that little bulge of it that's sticking out there out of this whole map. Most of this wall is cut out perfectly all the way around except for those two little spots. And they both bulge out, and then they're at the exact same spot at the bottom of both of those countries, just like it shows you on Google Maps. Now, as you can see, it's really, really simple how they pull it off, making you believe that Antarctica is a continent when it's not. That's why it's called the Antarctic Circle, because it's an ice wall, a circled ice wall all the way around the whole world. And I've had a lot of people say, well, I've had friends that worked there and they didn't see any ice wall. Well, or were stationed there actually. And I'm sure they were stationed there.
And even those people just can't wander off and do what they want to. They're kind of like prisoners there. They're stationed at a base, and that's where they remain until it's time to leave. And I'll let them explain that to you themselves.
I just showed you last night how remote those bases are.
And wanted to go hiking there and snowboard down it, and I was quickly told no, and then I was off to work. Yeah.
Did you see where he showed where the outer islands are right there, Singe? Down at the bottom of what was it, Argentina? Like the outer rim, like where the. Are you there? I'll wait till you come back.
You had been thinking, oh, we're going to Antarctica, and then when you get here, it's like, oh yeah, I've got to work, and you don't
want to watch it again.
Your first time, you're so excited about coming.
Saying, you think you can Google Earth that spot where he was showing, and we can look at those islands with the bases?
Oh yeah, I'll watch it again. Yeah. Or if you know exactly where it is, you can leave me there.
I'll go back, but let's just see what else they say.
Oh.
Down. That you forget that you're coming down here for a reason. They hurried us off the plane so we couldn't take a look around, and pretty much it was just here, and the next thing we knew we were in town. So the first thing we really saw of Antarctica was McMurdo, and that's always kind of disappointing sometimes.
Seen a lot of different personalities.
McMurdo Station, Singe, look that up.
But it's come down here. The ones that seem to do the most of it are the diehards or the more grounded people.
Look up, he also said Disappointment Bay or Commonwealth Bay. It used to be called Disappointment Bay, but now it's called Commonwealth Bay. Look that up too.
McMurdo Station sits beside the sea on Ross Island. It's dwarfed by Mount Erebus, the southernmost active volcano in the world. 3 kilometers away on the other side of the peninsula is the small New Zealand outpost, Scott Base. Scott Base is a lot more typical in size of the other bases dotted around Antarctica. And its proximity to McMurdo is unusual.
At Scott Base, you have to live and work in one building. Our accommodation is a very small room. It's like a cell, if you like, or a cupboard. a lot of things here can get to you pretty quickly, especially in winter. And you cannot change them. You cannot argue much about them either, because this person will be in front of your eyes, you know, on the next smoker. So to be tolerant is very important.
I could live indefinitely here if I could, on occasion, get out. Like I haven't. I've literally gone nowhere since August.
You will get to see some fun stuff, but the main thing you're down here for is to work. And I hate to sound cold when it comes to that, but I think a lot of people lose that focus. And when they come down here and all they get to see is a dish room or get to stare at a computer the whole time, I think they might be a little disillusioned.
We're in a box, and there's no escape from each other. You can't get away. You're forced to interact day in and day out, and that you get to know people very, very quickly. You whether those relationships be good or bad, they're going to be very, very intense.
But most people are thinking about heading home. When the last plane leaves, that's it. You're stuck here for the next 6 months. No way out.
So, as you can see, you're not just allowed to roam free wherever you want to. You are to stay where you are stationed at that base. And also remembering that the only way in and the only way out is by Air Force plane, where you are guarded the whole time.
And the rest of, and I say this in quote when I say Antarctica, is restricted, off limits to the public, to anybody. And that's due to the 1958 Antarctic Treaty. That's because they have something to hide. They know if you went anywhere other than those two spots, you would realize that you're on an ice wall. And even a lot of flat earthers, a lot of my friends of mine always wondered, well, how do they pull it off? How do people not know? And that's exactly how, the way that I just showed you. And just takes a little bit of research, especially if you have the flat earth map.
Now, going back to the tourists and the people who have been...
Does that say Beagle Channel? Beagle Channel.
Stationed there, I have a lot of people say, oh, well, those people would be able to see that ice wall if they were there. Well, if you were to say that, then you definitely have no concept of the reality around you. And what I mean by that is you cannot see the other side of town from your side of town, even in a small town.
It does though, right? I mean, whatever.
Now, let's take Cape Horn, for example. Measuring only 5 miles in length, it is small in size but large in reputation. Okay, so Cape Horn is 5 miles in size. So if you're driving down the road from the human perspective, you can only see about 3 miles to the horizon. You can't see anything past that. And that's a proven fact.
Yeah.
So let's go over here to the flat earth map and look at Cape Horn, which is right here. Okay, now let's put a little red dot on Cape Horn.
I know Cape
is as big as 5 miles. Okay, now let's take that same little red dot and put over here on the tip of the ice wall, or the so-called Antarctica. Remembering that human perspective, you can only see about 3 miles ahead of you and all the way around you. So there's no way that you would ever know
that you're on an ice wall. You would just think you were at the edge of a continent like you were told. Now, if you can't comprehend that, I don't know what to tell you. You need to go back to school and start over with the crayons because it's really, really simple. Anyways, hope that helped you guys out. Thanks for watching.
It was very helpful. And you're welcome that we watched it. You're so very welcome. All right, what else we got here? Oh, I got 2 channels, Look, on Odyssey, I have 578 uploads on this channel, and I have 91 uploads on that channel. So, but I only have 32 followers on one channel. You could be the 33rd follower.
That is reserved for someone in the outer ponds right now, just for you, watching this Grand Truman Show.
Oh, yes. Well,
because, they really like us because they already have their walking smartphones. They don't need any more walking smartphones. They like things that are different, and we are that. So there is a group out there that likes us, a hidden hand that protects the agency.
I'm looking for something.
Besides God, of course. God is there too. But there's a hidden hand. They're awesome.
There was this channel that was showing me all this cool stuff, and I wanted to play it. And I'm trying to find the channel now. I'll find it.
What's this one?
There's a lot of good channels.
Cool Farm. Oh, we might as well put this. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Let it cool. Coolness get into our vertebrae.
Sorry, I have an internet problem. There might be weird things go on because I have an internet problem. Oh my.
Wait.
Dude, I forgot how crazy it is down here at the office.
Yeah,
I just went down to get some snacks. And Santiago was talking to a guy dressed in a clown suit with a midget on a leash. And they were speaking in code. And then they went back in their office. I forgot how crazy it is there. What? Santiago is crazy. I wonder who that guy is. Wait, I wonder who the midget is. It's still early night where I am, says Dr.
What time is it? What time is it where you're at?
It is the same time as you. I'm only down the hallway. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not in my bunker. It's 9:44 in my bunker back home, though. I love staying in character to the tilt.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see.
I can always stay in character. Life is a show. Kimray. My picture here shows the Rocky Mountains from 120 kilometers. Boom, baby. And I found there's a more allegedly accurate map than Mercator and Winkel, Dave Goldberg, and Bob Vander B or Bell. So let's do some artwork. Just gonna draw some hands and fingers to get. Those are some of the harder things to draw. So yeah, let's draw those. Sounds like some heartbeat over there. Every time you hit the keyboard.
There it is.
We found it. All right. Yo, baby.
There is an invisible spot in the northern hemisphere that has captured the imagination of explorers and children for centuries. Invisible spot. No country owns it, although many covet it. It has no economic value. Its importance is strictly symbolic. Yet, for that reason alone, the North Pole is beyond price. Open for debate is who can claim to have been the first to stand at the top of the world, where all the lines of longitude converge. The controversy has never been settled. What is certain is that today, only a select few can sail to the North Pole aboard 50 years of victory.
Almost there, then, mate.
Yeah, well, not to the pole yet.
Keep your gaze steady, my love. Yours are the eyes that have seen God. Keep your gaze steady, my love. Yours are the eyes that have seen God. Keep your gaze steady, my love. Yours are the eyes that have seen God. Keep your gaze steady, my love. Yours are the eyes that have seen God. Fire to the left, water to the right.
When he got his MBE from the Queen, being the first British person ever to walk that long distance of 70 days, you won't believe the degrees he went to. Alan, tell us a story about when you were, tell us one about the shoelaces. I love that story.
Right. For me, it's not just about starting the journey with an improvement, it's a continuous improvement. So every 12 hours, we try to improve. We didn't wait to the end of the week, the end of the month, the end of the degree north to try and reevaluate to improve every 12 hours. Some nights there were no ideas, but once we got in the tent and we got a little bit warm, we tried to be very creative and drill holes in things to lighten the load. And I think that the smallest bit of weight we got rid of was we pulled the 1 centimetre of plastic coating off the end of our shoelaces or our boot laces. We knew we didn't need them. We could melt the end of the lace. We knew it wouldn't fray, so we didn't need the 1 centimetre plastic that wraps around the boot lace.
Great story, that.
1 centimetre of plastic coating off the end of our shoelaces.
What a heartwarming story.
Arriving destination 15 feet, 12, 10.
Hey, Mr. Super Sad around that. Well,
Oh, top of the world, guys. Top of the world. We'll get that in a minute, Jake.
Don't you know I loved you?
Oh, we're here.
Arriving destination 15 feet, 12, 10, 2. Oh, top of the world, guys. Top of the world.
Oh, bottom of the world.
Get that in a minute, Jake.
They
Get that
might
in a
stay on
minute,
there.
Jake. Get that in a minute, Jake. Get that in a minute, Jake.
Don't you know I loved you?
Oh, we're here. Top of the world. The feeling's indescribable. Absolutely indescribable.
Symbolic.
Absolutely indescribable.
Select few.
Absolutely indescribable.
We'll get that in a minute, Jake. We'll get that in a minute, Jake.
Unbelievable feeling.
My name is Jay Reister, Senior Mapping and Tech Support with Siler Instrument. In this video, I will show how to unlock mock locations on an Android device.
We'll get that in a minute, Jake.
There's nobody higher than you on the top of the planet. I mean, 7 billion people below you now, Jake.
Unbelievable feeling. Very difficult to put into words how it feels.
Make a great story.
Unbelievable feeling. I'd be like, I'm on top of the fucking world.
Centimetre of plastic coating off the end of our shoelaces.
We've walked to the top of the planet, the last degree up to the
Yeah,
North Pole.
exactly, Dr.
6
Bass.
days of pulling our sledges weighing over 60 kilo. 6 days.
Nobody
of
believes
60
you.
kilo.
Nobody believes that guy. He's like, how does it feel to be on top of the world? He's like, oh, you mean when I was in the helicopter? It was great.
That was it. Our expedition was over. We'd walked for a week in temperatures between -30 and -35 degrees to the North Pole. An incredible adventure, stunning scenery, great leadership from Alan, and just a wonderful experience.
We'll get that in a minute, Jake.
Make a great story.
Hello, this is Tony Hiller from RealClimateScience.com, the climate guy setting the record straight about climate. This video is about Arctic fake news. Every day we see stories in the press about Arctic sea ice disappearing, record heat in the Arctic, Greenland melting down, we're all going to drown, multi-year sea ice disappearing. Are any of these stories true?
No.
Let's look at the data and find out for ourselves.
Let's do it.
This is the current Arctic sea ice extent graph from the Danish Meteorological Institute. If
I dug that up myself.
we zoom in on it, we can see a lot more detail. The red dot represents current sea ice extent. The 3 lines below it represent sea ice extent in the past 3 years, 2014, 2015, and 2016. We can see that sea ice extent is higher than it's been in any of the past 3 years. Sea ice extent is also just below 2013, shown in blue, and not far below the 1981 to 2000 mean shown in dark gray here. It's also within the 2 standard deviation light gray bands, which means that Arctic sea ice.
You know, this is cool and everything, but for me, it's like, who cares? I'm not going to be here when this happens, if it happens, which it's not going to happen. I believe that the Earth is going to take care of itself. But, like, none of us are going to be here, so why why worry about the future? I mean, for our children, let them worry about it. Let them figure it out like we had to.
Ice extent is normal. So perhaps climate alarmists don't trust the Danish Meteorological Institute for some reason. Let's look at what American experts show. This is the same data from the National Snow and Ice Data Center in Boulder, Colorado, and it shows pretty much the same thing. The light blue line is current sea ice extent.
Yeah, it's data from wherever, but I don't, unless I go there myself, I don't know. I don't know. It's just a chart. It's the same thing as what NASA shows us, basically.
2017, which is quite a bit above the red line, which is last year, and slightly above the purple line, which was 2006.
Yeah, exactly.
2006 was an important year because it had the highest summer minimum extent of the
Let's hear what he has to say anyway.
We've seen that claims of record low Arctic sea ice extent from experts in the press are untrue. Next, let's look at their claims that the Arctic has been record hot. This graph is from the Danish Meteorological Institute. It shows near polar temperatures with the red line. You can see that they're running well below normal, represented by the green line.
They want us to
They've
be
been
cold,
below
I guess.
normal for the entire month of May. The pattern in recent year has been for above normal temperatures in the winter, though far below freezing, but below normal temperatures during.
Alright. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. I don't know what's in the name, but I think it took off on me. But cool. And, I don't know if I'm crazy or what, but we'll see. All right, so I noticed that like there's a lot of me and even Rasta Bear said like all the junk food and crap food is changing, like the spellings and stuff. Like a lot of Mandela effects are like junk food Mandela effect. So for Valentine's Day, someone brought my kids these things, right? And I used to eat them a long time ago. How do you spell it? How do you spell it? You guys know what this is. How do you spell it? Put it in the chat. What are these called? Am I crazy? Am I crazy? What is it called? I'm putting myself out there. All right. It's starting to come in. Hold on. All right, up. Snowballs. SNOWB. Yep. Daniel Becker said it first. Snowballs. Yep. SNO dash balls. Okay. So we have people who remember snowballs like that, like me. That's how I remember it. We have someone who remembers snow, SNO dash balls with a dash in there. Dr. Bash remembers hairy balls. Jenny remembers snowballs like me. Snow. Boom, baby. It's not snowballs. It's no. Like no balls. No balls. You have no balls. You have no balls. You have no balls. Boom, baby. Do you think I'm crazy or what? You think it's a Mandela? I don't know. Let's look it up. All right. All right. Hostess snowballs. Images. Let's see. Snowballs. I don't see anyone with a dash either, but I'm not saying you're wrong. It might have had a dash at one point. I haven't seen these things in a while, but they all say snowballs. Let's see if we can find anything that says snowball with the W. This is how you do Mandela effect research, just in case you didn't know. No. Okay. Oh, here's an old one. This looks like an old one. Look at that. That looks like an old one. I don't know why. Whoa. It just says Tess. Does that even say hostess? I don't know. Maybe it's a wannabe. All right. We'll let that one pass. We'll let that one slide, even though it's a weird one. Here we go. Now look at this. This is weird. They got Snowballs Tasty Cake spelled the way we remember, by Tasty Cake, next to the Hostess ones that say Snowballs. What do you guys think about them apples? Oh, and he remembers Hostess with Ho-S-Tess. Yeah, I remember that one too, Mr. Steinminder. So let's see if I think I noticed this today. So mark the date down. The Snowball Mandela effect. I'm not trying to muddy the waters. I really remember it spelled the other way. Oh look, here we go. Hostess Snowballs Bluebird. Wait up. That said Hostess on it though, and then when I click on it, it's Bluebird. So disappointing. But look, Hostess Snowballs. You see right there? Hostess Snowballs Blue. Blue balls. Hostess Blue Balls. That used to be my nickname in high school. They used to call me the Hostess Blue Balls in high school. Even this one doesn't say it. Snowball Limus. Come on. Come on, show me some. All right, so someone might say to me, well, Ray, you know, when did they must have just changed the name. You know, you're an idiot. It's just a stupid package. You know, like the company probably did it for copyright reasons or whatever. All right, let's see. When did this change name? I'm a little slow at typing. I'm not as fast as some of you computer people.
Have you ever done this?
Do you remember snowballs? Do you remember snowballs or snowballs? Look, snowballs versus tasty cake. Oh, that maybe that's what it is. Hold on one second.
Tasty cake. Yes.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Pampers.
So look.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. We are up to some shamrocks and shenanigans
I got an
today.
idea.
Outhouse of Pain. Cue the intro.
You hear me?
Yeah.
20 on tasty cake right now.
Yeah.
Tasty cake.
But
Yes,
what you
tasty cake.
you remember snowballs are always being tasty cake? So Hostess was never snowballs at all.
Snowballs?
Snowballs.
No, tasty
Yes.
cake, not snowballs. Tasty cake. That's someone else talking. Ignore them. Tasty cake. 20 on tasty cake. Got it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying snowballs spelled SNO or SNO.
I was talking to my broker.
Oh, the broker. Oh, all right.
I'm talking to my broker. Have you ever? Oh, dude, you gotta check this out. It's great.
All right, hold on. I'll pause this.
What is up, everyone? It is.
No.
What's up?
What? What's up? I didn't do nothing. I wasn't using company time to invest in stocks. What do you mean? I wasn't using company time to invest in stocks, dude. Don't even tell me that.
Well, yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, you know, you're kind of like the Wolf of Wall Street, you know, like yeah, like.
Hey, do you know? Check it out.
Nancy, how much did he spend on the Horizon stock today?
Check it out. Look at it. Dude, I can tell it to you right now. It's gonna go like this. Okay, I can just tell it for you right now. It's like.
All right.
Oh, I just went. It did. I just got it, dude. Yes.
How much did you win?
20. It's just doing this. It's just doing this. It's going up. You can't see it. Oh yeah, you can see that.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble with my screen right now.
Yeah.
I don't want you to see it. The agency is blocking it.
How do you get all your work done at the agency while you're in the stock market all day?
What? I got my broker doing this for me. He says that
you have a good broker.
I should reinvest my winnings. He just said I should reinvest my winnings right now. Okay, I'm gonna reinvest my winnings. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right, we'll get back to the snowballs. Maybe it's just a tasty cake thing. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I know either way.
Is everyone out there? The green tasty cake snowball. We are going to do a little versus action today on St. Patrick's Day. Now, I am not Irish, but on St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah!
Leprechaun. Did you ever see it? Leprechaun.
I'm just skimming.
but it's 3.5 ounces. You can tell right there.
Snowballs.
It has the green outer layer.
All right. Well, so one of them. So Tasty Cake says Snowballs.
Now, right off the bat,
I don't remember Tasty Cake. I always remember it being Hostess, but whatever. I'm done. I don't know. You want me to keep going? You want me to keep going? I'll keep going. All right. You guys want me to keep going? Fine. I'll keep digging for this. You guys want me to keep hacking at this snowball thing? Sure. Okay. Let me try one more thing. Keep going. I'll show you. Here we go. Boom, baby. So I found some vintage stuff. Let's see if we can see. If there's anything that says. We're doing a little Mandela effect research tonight on snowballs. Real serious stuff here. Hostess snowballs. All right. I remember it being spelled snow. Why would they spell it S-N-O? Look, there's those snowballs with the dash, dude. Dude, there it is. Look. He was right. He remembers it with a dash, and there it is. There's the residue. Right there. Who was it? Dr. Bass? Dr. Bass, was that you? Paging Dr. Bass. Nancy, tell Dr. Bass that they did spell it with a dash right there. And this is from, all right, look, these well-dashed snowballs have more than sex appeal. They have sales appeal. Folks are buying them like crazy. Buy them out of the counter and watch them disappear. That's because Hostess is the cream-filled dessert with 3-flavor magic. Devil's food cake, coconut, cocoa nut. Oh, look at that. C-O, the way I remember it spelled. C-O-C-O-A. It's not spelled like that, I don't think, anymore. Coconut and marshmallow. There's a 3-star. Dude, there's so many one Mandela effect leads to the other. Continental Baking Company. But it still says Hostess, though. Hostess snowballs. We found something. We're getting somewhere now. What, ho-hos changed too? I don't know. I don't really want to get into the ho-hos. All right, let's see. That's what she said. I don't want to get into the ho-hos. Everybody loves Hostess Twinkies. No. Oh, snowballs. Look. Snow. Oh. So at least we can prove that it lost the dash at this point, right? Like, look. You know? Like, there's no dash. I mean, I got the package right there. There's no dash. So at least we got that much going for us. Snowballs used to have a dash. Just most praised cupcakes. Does it say snowballs anywhere? Because that would be residue, because that means this person remembers the way it was spelled. I don't know. I'm not gonna really dig into that one too much. All right, let's see. No. Snowballs. Ice cream. Snowballs. It's probably not the same thing. Now we're getting way far away. Let's see, is there any other? There it is without the dash. No, Twinkies. Snowball cupcakes, look. Someone else remembers it like that, with this that way. You know what I'm saying? This is like, what is this? Oh, that's what it's called. That's the other one I was just showing. So yeah, they remember it. All right. Anything look interesting? Look at this. This is old. Let's see what this says. Hawkins and the Hostess. I don't think this has anything to do with it, but now it made me download it. Get out of here. I hate when they click on it and it automatically download it. They all say They all say snowballs. That's the same one we just looked at, but it says snowballs with a W. So it just kind of hit me in the face when I seen it. Like, no, that wasn't the way it was. I haven't seen them in many years. I wish I could find a package of the way it used to look. It's one of those things. Crocodiles. Crocodiles?
Oh, crocodiles, yeah.
You remember those?
Yeah. There's other ones that are from Mexico that are pretty good too. They have just the right amount of lead content. And it hit me like an uppercut to the nuts.
So let me just see something. One more thing. Just to double check. This is what
Duck, we love them because they have ducks. Daniel Becker, ho-hos and ding-dongs, random fan, World's Fair, hot dog. Oh, you're making me hungry. I can't eat anymore, though. I just had lunch. Hey, I went to get lunch, and this time I saw Santiago talking to a lady dressed as the Statue of Liberty and a man dressed as a fish. I don't know. Santiago's crazy. He talks to the craziest people all day long. They're in and out. You don't seem to be fazed by it at all. I guess you're used to it.
No. I'm in the zone right now.
You're just used to Santiago's craziness.
Look at this. Look, Snowballs, Wikipedia. Look, images for first patent. And they spelled it the way I spelled it, but hold on. That's probably not it. Oh, wait up. Hold on. There was something. Voluntary recall of Hostess Snowballs due to undercut. Oh, no. All right. No. So, Tasty Cake was Snowballs. I don't remember them being Tasty Cake.
Tasty Cake, big time. They're great.
So that's why Hostess called them that, because Tasty Cake already spelled it with a W. That's going to be it. All right, cool. Great. I'm done. What's going on, Singe?
Never done. Always invest again. Always add on, because you could also. I mean, if you want to take home the cold hard cash,
listen,
you just got to get everyone to invest some more, and then they keep investing. They look good on paper, and I've got to get rid of cold hard cash. That's the way it goes.
I pointed it out. I started the research. You guys follow through with it. You're the Mandela Effect community. Go for it. Figure it out. All right. Anyway, what's going on, Singe?
Go for it. Gophers. Yes. Gophers are up like 50%, I think. Gopher bellies?
Yeah.
You ever have gopher bellies?
No.
Gopher bellies. Really? Watch. I'll bring it up and show you. Gopher bellies are up 50% right now.
Oh, in the stock market, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. They're these chewy, gummy claws and paws called Claws and Paws. Gopher bellies. Never heard of them? They're so good.
No.
Claws and Paws, Gopher bellies. Oh, they're up right now. I just got 50 people to invest. That's excellent. There's 53 people invested now. Nice. Keep it going.
Yeah. I'm looking. I'm just trying to some cool stuff here. It's just tough to use these other platforms. I'm just not used to it.
Oops. Just lost it. Oh, damn. Oh, well. Let's try again. I got enough to back it up.
What do you got? The Google Earth?
No, this is a bad investment.
I'm almost there. I'm 100% to it. I can put it on YouTube without getting it murdered. Be better. Let's give it a shot. It's not very long. All right.
Jenny. Duncan.
This looks kind of cool.
Bill Miller. Flip.
Oh, what's up, Bill? How you doing?
Kim Ray.
Welcome back, Bill. Let's check this out. Can you hear it? Any sound?
Yes.
There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
If you've got this gut-wrenching feeling that something big is about to happen, there's a reason. And it has everything to do with what is now being disclosed to the general public.
Bombshell UFO report is expected in June from the U.S. government. Meantime, UFO sightings in New York have nearly doubled since the pandemic began, and we are getting new video from the Navy showing pyramid-shaped objects flying in the sky.
We were warned by the late Wernher von Braun in the years leading up to his death in 1977 that there were going to be a certain number of cards played on humanity, all leading to a culminating event. Now, everything Wernher von Braun warned us about has come true, except for what he called the final card that they were going to play on us, and it has everything to do with UFOs.
The strategy that Wernher von Braun taught me was that first the Russians are going to be considered to be the enemy. In fact, when I met him in '74, they were the enemy. Then terrorists would be identified, and that was soon to follow. We heard a lot about terrorism. Then we were going to identify third world country crazies. We now call them nations of concern. But he said that would be the third enemy against whom we would be needing to build space-based weapons. And the next enemy was asteroids.
This new one you're tracking, how big?
It's what we call a global killer. Nothing would survive, not even bacteria.
An asteroid some scientists call a city killer came closer to Earth than the moon this week. The scary thing is that scientists had no idea it was coming.
Now, at this point, he kind of chuckled the first time he said it. Asteroids, against asteroids, we're going to build space-based weapons. So it was funny then. And the funniest one of all was against what he called aliens, extraterrestrials. That would be the
This is like that ancient aliens bullshit.
over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him and was giving his speeches for him. He would bring up that last card, and remember, Campbell, the last card.
She sounds pretty convincing.
Build space-based weapons.
Oh, this ain't the same lady.
Her aura speaks like she believes it.
I don't know if it is.
There was no doubt in my mind that he knew something that he was too afraid to talk about.
Can you tell us, have unidentified flying objects been seen?
Well, sure. We have lots of reports about what we call unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Just a few days ago, the Pentagon confirmed that a 2019 video of a UFO sighting is actually real. It was a UFO.
Very importantly, I'm hereby directing the Department of Defense and Pentagon to immediately begin the process necessary to establish a Space Force as the 6th branch of the armed forces. That's a big statement.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
They've done a great job systematically programming each one of us into believing that this alien threat is very real and very near. But what they don't want us to realize is what ancient accounts actually say about these beings. Now, the idea that ancient aliens encountered mankind is very popular today. We've all seen these accounts of aliens bringing us great technologies and sharing all these secrets with us. But what they want you to forget is the actual origin of these ancient alien stories. They were never considered to be from outer space. They were considered to be fallen angels.
Could we reinterpret the story of fallen angels as beings not from heaven, but from Mars?
Accounts dating back thousands of years depict an angelic race of people coming down and sharing their technology and their ideas with mankind, even producing offspring. But they want us to forget that and replace it with this idea of ancient aliens from space. And they have to, because that's the only way this deception is going to work, is if we don't understand what's going on. Now, if we look back at the origin of the modern alien abduction era, we'll see that it has a very demonic undertone.
And look at this character right here, Aleister Crowley. He's out there in January through March of 1918 doing a series of magical experiments called the Amelantra Workings, in which he is said to have opened a portal to another dimension, allowing an entity, I believe a demon, named Lamb to enter through it. Now, this is the drawing that he made in 1918 of this character that he apparently had some interaction with. You know, if you look at this picture, it's curiously similar to something we might call an alien gray today in pop culture. So, you know, it doesn't take a whole lot of research on this character to realize he was into some really, really dark stuff. So why did I bring this up? This is, 1918 time frame. Well, you have this character who's very much a part of the early space program, Jack Parsons, who was basically a disciple, practically an heir apparent to Crowley and all of his activities. Well, supposedly, Crowley's portal was further enlarged by Jet Propulsion Laboratory founder and rocket fuel scientist Jack Parsons. Okay, this is the guy who's one of the founding members of JPL, who was a big part of NASA and the space program. And he's out there with Scientology and Dianetics founder L. Ron Hubbard in March of 1946 at a location that later became known as Area 51. They're doing all kinds of ceremonial sex magic. And they called it the Babylon working, and it's very similar to the Amelantra working, based on ceremonial sex magic. But unlike Crowley, however, they were not as adept at opening and closing portals, and theirs apparently stayed open. And the modern UFO era began 1 year later, in 1947, the same year Crowley died. So, this is all going on about the same time you've got Admiral Byrd going down there for Operation High Jump. And a decade later, we got the founding of NASA, and these are the characters, okay? Freemasons, Nazis, and occultists creating the space program.
What we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra-dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51.
I remember the conversation very well. this is a person I respected tremendously, very, very senior person. He's told me, he said, Lou, I want you to stop doing this. I said, okay, sir, I certainly can, but may I ask why? And he says, well, we already know what it is. Now, at that moment, I honestly thought maybe it was our own technology. I was running up against some super uber secret sap, and, they were telling me to stop. And I said, okay, sir, so it's ours? And he said, no, that's not what I'm saying. And he said, he asked me point blank, have you read your Bible lately? And I wasn't quite sure where he was going with that. I said, well, sir, I think I know what it says. Where are you going with this? And he said, well, then you would know that these things are demonic and we should not be pursuing them. Yeah. And he wasn't kidding me, but that's exactly how he felt.
So this is a Pentagon. This is a Department of Defense official saying, stop looking at UFOs because they're demonic.
Correct.
Before we can actually fully appreciate just how big this deception is going to be, we have to uncover the underlying deception, the one that puts this whole thing to rest. We all grew up believing the story that we were told, that Earth is just a speck of dust in an infinite universe, that there are other Earth-like galaxies out there and planets far, far away, and aliens could come visit us one day. But think back to the origin of that reality. It was told to us by people that we know and trust. Our teachers, our parents, everything we saw on television supported this narrative. But what if we were actually at the center of the universe in a very unique place? And that brings us back to what every ancient cosmology understood about the skies that they were seeing above. They were not told what to believe. They were going out and they were mapping out the skies. And every one of them came to the conclusion that these stars that were rotating above our heads were making their own orbits in a fixed way. They believed that the heavens above were unchanging. Now, they also believed the Earth wasn't spinning or moving. They believed it to be perfectly still. And if we go back to the Genesis accounts, we start to see that they had this idea that there was a vast solid covering known as the firmament. It was the second day of creation. That's when it was made. The entire second day was spent making this solid covering, and that's where the stars were said to be placed. And other ancient cosmologies outside the Bible had the same understanding that the stars were fixed and they would all continue to make the same predictable paths for thousands and thousands of years. Many of their ancient structures were built specifically to line up with constellations. And thousands of years later, here we are seeing these same structures line up with the constellations they lined up with when they were built. They were using the sky as this great timepiece above to keep track of the days, the weeks, the months, the years. And that's how they understood things to work. That the Earth was relatively flat, stationary, with a fixed solid
rope dart.
Okay, now we were all taught in school that Christopher Columbus sailed in this big circle, and that proved once and for all that we live on a globe. But ancient maps, even after Columbus sailed his big circle, still showed that the Earth was flat and stationary, with Antarctica being the edge. And what we all considered as settled science, that hundreds of years we've just known that the Earth was a ball in infinite space, it was a highly debated issue until very recent history. And they were actually teaching the Earth was flat in schools as recently as the 1920s.
We were just talking, and I asked you what shape the Earth is, and what did you say? What were you taught in school when in elementary?
School that the Earth was flat.
And the first person to ever venture far enough up to see what the Earth looked like was a guy named Auguste Piccard. Most of us have never heard of this person because when he made it to the stratosphere, he said he saw what appeared to be a flat disk with an upturned edge. Now, after Auguste Piccard ventured to the stratosphere, we have the U.S. Air Force showing us the stars from space for the very first time.
Oh yeah, look at
and when you look
this.
at
This looks like a light bright.
what they actually saw, you begin to understand why the moon landing never had stars in the background.
More like
It's
a
not
black
showing
piece of paper
stars
with pinholes put in it.
Yeah.
With a flashlight behind it.
The sky
They showed it on TV.
deep black.
People believed it.
Stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars. The sky, of course, was black.
The heavens are 10 times as bright, stars 10 times as numerous.
And we cannot see stars
The thing about Carl Sagan, billions of stars. There really are billions and billions of stars, and you can see them.
It's an unfathomable blackness, with a texture you feel like you could stick your hand into.
And that's when things start to get weird, because people have gone back and looked at declassified documents that for some reason keep mentioning a flat, non-rotating Earth over and over again. It's in their flight plans. It's in all their working models. This flat, stationary Earth repetitively keeps showing up. If it doesn't exist, there'd be absolutely no reason to base all of your science on it. Something else shows up.
What? Yeah, he's.
Russia
What are you joking about over
is
there?
describing the firmament.
Just training videos.
It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself.
It's okay.
Down to the sea.
What'd you say? What'd you say? What am I smoking on?
You know why?
We take for granted our entire view of the universe hinges upon the Apollo moon missions. It was actually the first time we ever saw our planet as a whole. Somebody confirmed to us what we're being taught is actually real.
We found a very unique reel of footage.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is.
An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes type of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess.
Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground.
Turn the camera off, please.
As they perfected the shot,
It's not ingenious.
slightly into the window, the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit.
Here is the diffused work light that they used to see
Should hit mute if we're going to be coughing like that.
throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Finally,
What?
the iris is opened up.
What's up?
You see the real location
Can you
of the
mute?
camera and the very bright.
I'm not on mute right now.
Out the window.
No.
You can hear me?
Yes.
The wrong guy.
I was telling you earlier.
Now you can hear me, right? All right. I don't know. That.
I can barely hear you now.
I'll try. I'll try my hardest. Hey, what up? Just training videos.
Now, maybe we could say they faked the moon landings, but what about every single space agency after this? We're putting our trust in people to be
I just
honest
discovered
and show us
why
exactly.
the hand is awesome because the
We have no
pressure
reason
makes it so you
to
can
lie
have
about
thin and thick
space
lines.
being a space station.
It's like real
That's when things
ink.
start to get even weirder because we're catching them making big mistakes. They're having CGI glitches.
Oh, my mic.
Well, Singe, you might have to just deal with the coughing, dude, because they're complaining that now the thing's muted. So it's up to you what you want to do.
Oh, just don't smoke. Or just hit mute when you cough. I don't know.
I did hit mute. It wasn't muted. I don't
It
know.
wasn't bothering me.
Their wire harnesses are not
Don't bother
working
the
correctly.
audience.
If you do enough searching, you will find clip after clip of NASA fails. These people messing up in the middle of what's supposed to be a live feed, because even with the best technology, things screw up.
It's like I'd rather end the stream than stop smoking. You know what I mean? I have you know what I mean? I have my own priorities.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Now sometimes you get water in the helmet, and it's either from sweat or from the cooling garments. And in some of my spacewalks, I had like water in the helmet, not like I was going to drown in the helmet, but just little bits of water probably came from sweat. Often on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of, it's a really harsh environment out there, and the outside of the space station gets beat up pretty good. And sometimes, you'll see just those flecks of paint or something that you might have disrupted floating away from the suit. And, that's generally what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Yeah. Could it be that you're filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there?
Now, you and I could put this whole thing to rest ourselves by going to space. Civilians could go to space. They've been promising us this for years. We can just take a rocket and go to space, right? They are working on it as we speak.
In a year's time, in the last few months. Early next year, very few months. Sometime next year. By the end of the year, we should be taking members of the public into space.
By the mid-2030s.
By 2020.
Early in the next decade.
Before 2023.
And by 2025.
Most certainly in our lifetime.
That's 2024.
We should have a permanently occupied human base on the moon and send people to Mars.
Going to grow old if we don't start flying next year.
Will return Americans to the moon for the first time since 1972, if you can believe that.
With our hopes of ever going to space continually burning to the ground, we're left with no other option but to take the pictures of Earth that NASA gives us.
I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble. A single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space.
NASA's Rob Simon made this, and it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
A single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
The only time we ever see curvature from any high altitude balloons or anything that was sent up, it's created using a fisheye wide angle lens effect. We saw this during the Red Bull jump. Anytime they send up something on television, you're going to see this curved horizon, but it's the result of this wide angle lens. If you send up a non-fisheye lens to the highest height, no matter how high you go, the horizon always rises to your eye level, and it's always perfectly flat. We could also go to satellite footage. After all, aren't there thousands of satellites orbiting the Earth right now? One would think. And yes, there are in fact satellites being sent up year after year. There have been for decades. The only problem is these satellites are launched on balloons, and they have been falling down all over the world.
For a Michigan couple when a satellite crash landed in their backyard, and their reaction? Priceless.
Never know what's going to happen. This baby fell out of the sky and landed in our yard.
Hey, we got a problem here.
Forget it, Bart. It's so bright out you can't see anything in the sky except the Fox satellite.
Now this brings us to our second method of proof. If we can't go to space, we could simply sail anywhere towards Antarctica, towards the southern hemisphere, and eventually we're going to hit the edge of the known universe, the firmament, or whatever's out there. Could there be more land? We don't know. But we could go prove for ourselves by circumnavigating north to south. The only problem is no one's allowed to do this. The Antarctic Treaty prevents it. You can take a guided tour. They'll take you to a fake South Pole and tell you, okay, this is where it is. But independent exploration is prohibited. It's guarded heavily by the military. You can't just go to Antarctica and check it out for yourself. Antarctica has effectively been off limits since December of 1959, and this was signed into law and agreed upon by over 50 countries. That should raise a little bit of concern. Why would an icy continent be off limits? Well, that's something we may never find out. Admiral Richard Byrd, one of the first people to really explore Antarctica, came back making bizarre claims of resources and in a time when Antarctica would be highly sought after by other nations. He also talked about unexplored land beyond the South Pole.
Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
This is a tremendous
So there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Admiral, do you hope to see that?
I do.
Okay, so we can't personally go high enough to see this planet or sail far enough away to see if there is an end to this Earth or some land beyond Antarctica, but we do have a chance to watch rockets launch. They go up all the time. You can watch these rocket launches. They seem to be happening more and more, but you have to wonder why they're taking this curved path and they're not going straight up. Now, the official answer is they're taking some curve with gravity, and there always will be some cover story for why they
Parabolic
can't
curve,
go
that's what
straight
they
up.
tell you.
But the big question is, why are we now stuck in low Earth orbit? We seem to get past it multiple times during the Apollo missions. The moon is well beyond low Earth orbit, but now we're stuck, and NASA will tell you for themselves.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No.
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation.
Yeah,
belt.
you did.
Maybe we did.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells.
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond.
He didn't know about it until that guy told him.
Dude,
we destroyed that technology.
First of all, that astronaut didn't even know what the Van Allen radiation belts were, how high they were. The camera guy had to tell him exactly like where they were located. You know what I mean? So, like, it's a bunch of bullshit.
And
the camera guy told the astronaut his business.
Next generation spacecraft will enable America to
The astronaut can't tell him how to use his camera.
I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
So what about the proofs we were actually given for this Earth being a globe, other than pictures in NASA? One of those, the first that I recall, is boats going over the curvature.
As ships sail away, they don't disappear all at once. First, the bottom will disappear. See, the bottom of the ship is gone. Now we can see midway up, and then the whole thing disappears. Now, ships came back. They didn't fall off the table. So people realized that the world is curved. I mean, it's a big curve, but it's curved. So, the process of testing claims, the world is flat, the world is round, is what we call science. Now, if you have a claim that can't be tested, that's what we call pseudoscience. The difference between pseudoscience and regular science is whether or not you can test it. The flat Earth, well, that didn't stand up to tests. The round Earth did. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. The world is round.
Now this seems legit. Boats do appear to disappear bottom up and go over a curvature at a pretty relatively short distance, which would make sense if the Earth is indeed a ball. The only problem with this theory is when you take a high zoom camera, a telescope, or something with high zoom capabilities, you can bring back a boat that has appeared to vanish. All right, we have optical limits to how far we can see certain objects. Not to mention atmospheric lensing. Your atmosphere will act like a lens. And you can test and repeat this on a very flat surface with a camera yourself. You will see objects appear optically to disappear bottom up, just like they're going over a curvature, but you can demonstrate this on a flat surface. It's testable and it's repeatable.
Science.
Another big proof we were given was our sun, which it does appear to be going over the curve of the Earth, and we're told that's
It's
because
testicle and it's repeatable.
Rotation as we orbit the sun.
It's a repeatable
But
testicle.
once you realize the sun is a local light, it's the
It's
exact
repeater.
our moon above. That's why they line up perfectly on an eclipse. It's not because of the coincidence that one's just 400 times larger, but also 400 times farther away. It's a much closer light, and it's much smaller. Now, you would think because of all the false models we're given of this flat Earth theory that it would just always be daylight, or you should always be able to see the sun. But it's much closer and much smaller, so when it moves away from your line of sight, it follows the known laws of perspective. And it has to follow these laws because as objects that are, even if they're high up, as they get further away, they appear lower and lower, and eventually you're going to see it vanish due to perspective and the fact that our atmosphere isn't transparent. It might be clear for certain distances, but eventually everything's going to fade out. You can find time-lapse footage of the sun doing just this. You can see it, and then all of a sudden it fades out and appears to vanish. That's because it is traveling through an atmosphere that is not transparent 100%, and it is taking its local light with it. Perhaps the greatest trick of all was convincing us that we are simply another planet. We all learned the planets in school. We had songs. We built solar system models. And when we looked up and saw these lights in the sky, we assumed that we were simply a light in someone else's sky. It was a really good trick because that is the one that most people go to. How are we not round if other planets are round and we are assuming these lights to be other planets? But when they send us these images of other planets, you have to read the fine print and wonder why they rely so heavily on CGI.
Over the years, NASA has
Crepuscular rays.
photos and renderings that
The
reveal
ones
a
that
colorful,
show
mysterious
that it's
universe.
local.
In a small, bright office, working side by side.
Yeah, crepuscular rays prove
Robert Hurt and
sun
Tim
is
Pyle
closed.
bring the universe to life.
What we're doing does have real science underlying it.
Tim, once a Hollywood animator, is now a planet illustrator. Together, they produce some of NASA's most popular images.
And this is sort of how it comes to me. And then
Many of those images have a dark, grainy start, but color and light reveal an astonishing glimpse of how the deepest regions of space might appear to the human eye. It's a delicate blend of imagination and data. The artists meet with NASA scientists over many drafts to ensure a planet or galaxy's look lines up with the research to make each one as accurate as possible.
I love the challenge. It's kind of like a puzzle to me of trying to create something that looks really cool within the restrictions that were given by the scientists.
It can take days, even weeks, to produce just a single image. The dazzling final results, enough to keep us all dreaming of the final frontier for years to come.
And while NASA struggles to get consistent photos or videos of our planet, they have no problem sending us HD images from Mars. We're expected to just believe these are legitimate. Now there is one final thing we can do. Given the known circumference of Earth, we could simply measure these things for ourselves. And people have been doing this. They have been going out over large bodies of water and large areas of land and measuring to check for curvature. And what we have found simply is that we see too far. We see far, far beyond what the globe math should allow us to see. The current record holder for the longest line of sight photograph captured mountain ranges that were 275 miles away. They should have been at the given height and distance nearly 4,000 feet below the line of sight.
This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake.
I think he might
We're
be a
actually seeing a mirage.
As we find ourselves on an Earth much different than we ever imagined, it brings us back to this upcoming deception, this final card, and what it's truly all about.
We are dealing with a huge, probably the most important deception on humanity. What I'm telling you is there's a cover-up about this information, and has been, by the top researchers that you people rely on to hear the truth from. Over the next 10 years, I have now worked with over 400 cases of people that have been able to stop the abduction experience in the name and authority of Jesus Christ. These are entities masquerading as high technological aliens, but they can be defeated by one name.
And I saw 3 unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils, working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world, to gather them to the battle of that great day of God Almighty.
A new world order. A world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order.
The new world order. A new world order.
A new world order.
There's no way for us to know exactly where this alien deception is heading, but one thing is for sure, we are witnessing the fulfillment of prophecies in Scripture that told us we were going to eventually head to a one world government. A great deception is coming. We can count on it, and we have to return to the power of the one who put us here, the one who is going to have the final say.
I'm amazed. I'm so happy to know it's true.
It's true, and God created this world. And he's right here in the clouds above, close, not in an infinite universe. So good, right?
And I can't get over it. Made me cry.
Made me cry too.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ruth, give me a hug. Here we go.
I need it.
Pan tam był. Czy Ziemia rzeczywiście jest kulą zawieszoną w kosmosie?
Jest płaska. Tak jak oczekują i nie spodziewałem się co prawda tego pytania, ale zapewniam pana, że jest płaska.
It's the best flat earth proof right behind me. This is what you have to believe in if you believe in the ball. You have to believe that you're spinning faster than the speed of sound, that you're orbiting 66,000 miles an hour, which you can't even fathom that speed, while you're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour, while the whole system is moving sideways at 1.2 miles an hour, right? And all of this is happening, okay? And how it started to happen is ridiculous, but while all of that is happening, this happens. Okay?
Oh, dude, you got some great images. I love it. You can't compare.
This is the Earth. This is the water at large bodies of water at rest lay flat.
Yes. It's a battle between good and evil.
Yep.
And I've known this my entire life, but now it's coming to fruition.
So then also the United States and Russia engaged in these high altitude nuclear tests, and the United States calls theirs Operation Dominic, within which we have Operation Fishball. Look up the name Dominic from the late Latin name Dominicus, meaning of the Lord. Fishball was part of Operation Dominic. It looks like they are sending high altitude nuclear bombs to test.
It's Mormon too, by the way.
The Lord.
Mormons are huge.
The firmament.
Weirdos at the top. You know, your basic Mormon's good, right? But the guy at the top,
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
I was talking with a gentleman from Belcom, and we were discussing the lie. Everything he was telling me was different from what we were being told was the truth. And at one point I asked him, I said, man, you guys, you lied about a lot, didn't you? And instantly he said, no, we didn't lie about certain things. We lied about everything. None of it was true.
And also, when we, against the orders of President Truman, when Allen Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to two places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency. And as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
The spacesuit has replaced the cowboy outfit of an earlier year. And the dream of a rocket trip to some distant planet has outdated the old-fashioned desire to fly a plane around the world.
So you spin.
I can make that costume.
Kind of flattens out. Gets wider in the middle, and so Earth, throughout its life, even when it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere; it's oblate, and officially it's an oblate.
See, can you see that he's lying there? I mean, he doesn't think he's telling the truth. You can tell he knows he's lying. Look at his eyes.
A little chubbier. A little chubby.
He's lying.
Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
Check this out. This is from Taiwan to Los Angeles, and Hawaii's out there kind of in the middle. Right about here, there was a medical emergency. Where would you land if you were the pilot?
Hawaii.
Right. Or maybe go to Los Angeles. Instead, they went all the way up to Alaska.
What?
Why did they go to Alaska? The answer is because this is the route. Taiwan, emergency, Alaska. Hawaii is all the way out here. This is the actual route that they take.
He has called them the Galactic Federation of Aliens, and he says President Trump is aware of the existence of these aliens and had been on the verge of revealing their secrets, he claims. but was asked not to do so by the Federation in order to prevent what he calls mass hysteria. Well, the retired general says the US and Israel have kept it from the public because, quotes, humanity isn't ready and the aliens don't want to reveal themselves until humanity can evolve, he says, and understand what space really is.
Because space is the world's newest warfighting domain.
Space is a warfighting domain.
The next warfighting domain.
Space is a warfighting domain.
Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Quantum levitation. Freeze it. Very, very cold. Boom. Let's see some you know what I really need is...
What's up?
I need UFOs with purple lasers raking...
The stars of heaven shall fall, and the powers that are in heaven shall be shaken.
I think that...
And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power and glory. And then shall he send his angels, and shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from the uttermost part of the earth to the uttermost part of heaven.
All right, that was pretty good. So where are we at now? We got 18 people watching. Wow, let's give a shout out. Random Fan, Daniel Becker, Dean HD, Joe Cool, Just Training Videos. Random Fan, did I say you? Maybe. Mr. Super Sidewinder. Drew Duncan.
Voynick.
Kim Ray. Voynick. All right. Jenny T.I. Murphy. Voynick.
L.A. Young, who's probably watching.
L.A. Young, who's watching right now. Binger.
Just cool motherfucker.
All right. Well, let me see what else I got here. Give me a break. Give me a break.
There's a lot of opinions floating around these days, and I got my own. You know, they may not be publicly acceptable, they may get me canceled, but it's my goddamn American right to speak them. And if you got a problem with that, suck my dick. In a world made for the weak, the meek, the beta males and the sheep, too soft for debate. if they don't agree, then they just block and try to censor whatever you speak. Only like minds on the timeline that they see. They anti this and anti that. So close-minded, really, they just anti-facts. And you can show them the proof, but if it doesn't all align with their views that they've been programmed with from the news, then they don't want to hear it, or even fucking be near it. See, the truth is too much for their spirit, that's why they fear it. They try to tell me no, but fuck it, I'ma say it anyway. I've been waiting for the government to kill me any day. What the fuck, I'm not important enough? Must I talk about the vax, how they poisoning us? Or the Vatican and all the little boys that they touch? I'm not scared, shit, it's not like I'm avoiding this stuff. Yeah, the First Amendment still lives on through me and certain other motherfuckers who ain't on TV. We the last dinosaurs alive in AD. When we're gone, then you'll really know that freedom ain't free. But if everybody got to showing some balls, these agendas they've been pushing will be slow to a crawl. But y'all so fucking soft, obeying and going along, sitting there triggered over a song. I know the type, got a Black Lives Matter sign on the front porch, never had a black person in the house. Yeah, it's time to call them out. Virtue signal motherfuckers ain't about shit, they just running at the mouth with these pre-programmed points of view and these ludicrous facts. Asian hate, stop acting like you knew about that. If you need a safe space, there's some room in the back with fresh vaginal wipes you could use while I rap. Pussy, yeah, it helps them all sleep at night, knowing they signed a petition for equal rights for transgenders, talking like it's their fight, when in reality they never met one in their life. They don't donate or actually do nothing about it. They just sit there sipping Mountain Dew on their couches while they clapping for each other and circle jerking themselves. Applaud the loss of freedom and cancel those who rebel. And I'm the bad guy cause I'm white and not gay, which means that I'm a bigot and discredits what I say. But I'd rather have some toxic masculinity than have an inner bitch in me, bitch, so suck a dick of 3. See, the algorithm's keeping you lost, and now you're caught in an echo chamber of your own thoughts. Let me talk while I can and speak to all my supporters before there's lawyers, threats, and gag orders. Cause nowadays that's the American way, with this false administration that has led us astray. They want the country to heal, but they don't spell with an A. What they mean is to obey and do whatever they say, but we tired of that. So when I'm here to rap, I got a duty to the people to bring light to the facts. Never see a day I'm taking it back. If I gave a shit, then I'd use a mask for wiping my ass. And when it comes to the shop, I don't care if you got it, why you care if I didn't? I'm not understanding the logic. Shit, it's such a hot topic, you can get them in malls. I just got my 8th booster, fucking round of applause. People scared to say it, so they just say nothing instead. So let me make myself clear so they don't twist what I said. Hell yeah, I'll get the shot with a gun to my head after they pull the trigger and they vaccinate me dead. Raw thoughts.
And I ain't no Democrat, I ain't no fucking Republican either.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
I'm a free-thinking citizen of the United States of America, goddammit.
Raw thoughts.
And I've been seeing where this world's going, where this country's going, it makes me sick.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
Fuck the New World Order. Take that vaccine and shove it up your ass.
Raw thoughts. Oh, y'all thought I was done? Hell no. This is Raw Thoughts. You know how we do. Line these motherfuckers up, it's time to get to work. Where should I start? Joe Biden, I guess. Old Yeller. Shit, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't died on us yet. You ain't a president, dog. Shit, you don't have to pretend. Come on, Joe. We all know that you ain't actually win. Yeah, them puppet strings holding you up. Weekend at Bernie's. Dementia really slowing you up. Should we be worried? You're tripping upstairs, then you're sniffing on hair. Someone go and get this geriatric man a wheelchair. And then you got his son making lots of loot from the Ukraine and blew it on prostitutes. So I snort a line of crack rock off the protective case up on Hunter Biden's laptop. So I'm typing in caps lock like, hi Fauci, I seen that mail leak, dog. Better get a better antivirus called a Geek Squad. The king of backtracks. Last time I seen that many wrong numbers was me when I failed math class. And Jen Psaki, I'm getting sick of that lying twat fire crotch. Always trying to tell me they'll require shots. But if it's shots that they want, I'll let them have it. If they knocking on my door checking my vaccine status. Andrew Cuomo, grabbing asses like the old days. Still had time to kill more old people than old age. We all hate you, judge and defame you. I speak for all Italians, we don't claim you. Injected Rachel Maddow with a fatal strain of mad cow. Walked her up a massive flight of steps and kicked her back down. Seeing news come out, make me wanna smack the dick right out of Anderson Cooper's mouth. So ask your senator, pass me the AstraZeneca vax. Your relative's dad, go and jab your stepmother rapid, testing your ass when you have a temperature. Shit, we going nuts, don't vax the messenger. Like Kamala Harris in Guantanamo barrack. She's incarcerated so many people, I think it merits leaving her there to rot. She deserving of it either way. Just be sure you don't forget to go and throw the key away. Now you can call me insane, but Ted Cruz is actually growing on me. Wait, let me explain. Shot-wise, he's been freedom of choice, while also fighting for the First Amendment, which I need for my voice to get out. So no matter how bad that I wanna hate, I give credit where it's due. I know it's a hot take, but before I'm off the subject, wait, you still ugly. Shit, Arya Stark won't even wear your face. I'll impregnate Melinda Gates. She said my dick was great. I said shut up bitch, get back in the kitchen, fill my dinner plate. Then I liquidated Bill's estate, blew their house up with them in them, let them incinerate. Gathered up their ashes and slipped them into some vaxes. The FDA approved it and shipped it off to the masses. Had some side effects, but they ain't worried about that shit. Long as I ain't tell no one and pay my taxes. Get your vaccine, shoot up like 15. And don't forget to go collect your free Krispy Kreme. Go and get tested for fun to get a swab high. Cause there's nothing quite like huffing ethanol oxide. And Zuckerberg will try to censor my words. Jack Dorsey shadow banning, this revenge of the nerds. New rules trying to regulate life as it was. More mandates than gay night at the club. So I'm sorry that I had to come and stop the show before we all need a motherfucking shot to go anywhere. So someone had to come and rock the boat and say shit that even Tom McDonald won't. And I'm just one guy with the balls to say what I see, even if I sound off the ways. All I know is that we're way too lost to save. At this point, I could write a raw thoughts a day. Shit, but these are my opinions, and I'm allowed to speak them. You wanna get the shot? Do you? It's called freedom. You don't, then you don't. Stop forcing vaccinating, cause to me, that's like pushing pork belly on a vegan. I mean it. Disagree with my views, that's all fine. I respect you for yours, respect me for mine. We don't gotta draw a line in the sand or nothing. Just respect a motherfucker that'll stand for something. So keep watching the news and keep trusting the numbers. I'll keep digging for truth and tell them what I discover as they cancel motherfuckers just for raising their hand. I'll pull my megaphone out and get to taking a stand. Raw thoughts.
So in the news today, we're this close.
China.
Chill.
Don't forget that this has been going on for a couple of years now. Absolutely every place. Not just in the United States, but this is how they're doing it. This is a fifth dimensional war, fifth dimensional warfare. We learned about this at the beginning of the COVID pandemic from military soldiers that explained what a fifth dimensional war is. These guys are kicking our asses every place. It's insane to me how many chemical plants have caught on fire just in 2022. And because this is the new world order, not just the takedown of the United States, this is absolutely everywhere. It's in every country. It's all over the place. Do you see what I'm saying? This is getting crazy. There you go. Pay attention because this is the war. This is how they're doing it.
There's a meteorite.
Talking about the train derailment at East Palestine, Ohio. And all I'm going to ask is that if you do this, you get your facts right. I literally grew up right down the road from East Palestine. My old childhood best friend lives in the fucking town. My current best friend literally lives right next to the town. It is so much worse than what the media is telling any of us. I'm getting reports from people that are down there right now that they're literally seeing schools of fish floating down streams, rivers, fucking dead. I got a video from my friend, okay? And she's like walking, dude. It's all fucking dead. all fucking dead. And on the top of the water is a really pretty chemical rainbow sheen. The chemicals are in the fucking water and they're lying to the rest of the country saying they're not. The water's been contaminated. The soil's been contaminated. The fucking air is contaminated. You literally are about to see some of the worst fucking health side effects coming out of people in that town. It's not even funny. And y'all want to know something even more fucked up? The restaurant that I work at in a whole different state had to donate food to them because we had people from the churches calling to tell us that Red Cross never fucking came, FEMA never fucking came, the environmental conservationists still have yet to fucking come, and nobody's fucking helping them. Meaning all of the fucking firefighters that were working get no food, have nothing to help them, nothing. Okay, all the people that were displaced have no food, water, a place to stay, none of that shit. It is so much worse than what they're telling you, and TikTok probably won't even let me post this video, but if this video gets posted, please save it and repost it everywhere you fucking can, because I'm telling y'all, they are covering this shit up. They are covering this shit up because they don't want to get out how bad it actually was. This was not good. This was the worst fucking thing that's happened probably in the past 8 years.
Well, I disagree. They're not covering it up. They're just allowing it to spread. They want maximum damage out of this thing. And just like everything else, this is how you know this is part of their warfare plan. Just like everything else. They told us about it before it happened.
Good evening. Super light buzz today. Definitely no anxiety over here. This story is one of the weirdest coincidences ever. People living in eastern Ohio evacuated their homes last week following a train derailment and chemical spill that sent toxic chemicals into the air. The crazy thing is, they did the same thing for a fictional disaster film a year ago.
Something that could actually kill someone.
Let's watch a sitcom or something.
Evacuate all places of residence.
All right, I'm going to break this down here.
Today, the EPA said the train that derailed and caught fire in East Palestine, Ohio, was carrying and actually released more toxic chemicals than was first reported.
That major train derailment in Ohio, hundreds were forced to evacuate, and now they're complaining of headaches and sore throats. And what's even worse, some animals are dying.
People say their animals have become sick. Don't tell me it's safe. Something's going on if the fish are floating in the creek.
The movie is called White Noise. It came out on Netflix in November. It stars Adam Driver. The premise of the movie is this: a freight train derails and explodes, and families have to flee the toxic fallout. The film was shot all over Ohio. It features extras in vacation scenes, including a family from New Palestine. Ben Ratner and a family and his family filmed a scene where they were sitting in a traffic jam of people who were trying to evacuate. Then last week's train derailment in real life and fire happened less than a mile from their home. They had to leave for real.
Yeah.
Isn't this wild?
Yes. What?
Yeah, the simulation is not even good. It's crazy. They stayed in town over a while authorities conducted a controlled burn to get rid of those chemicals. The EPA says there's no longer a risk to people in that area, but the family is not so sure. They told CNN they are not thinking that they're ever going to go back.
Man, at least they weren't in Don't Look Up.
That's true. Could have ended a little bit differently.
Could have been that
well,
one.
you said you saw this movie.
Don't Look Up is kind of coming true right now. I mean, with the 4 different objects in the sky.
50 cars went off the track near the Pennsylvania border, causing a day-long fire in that area. It looked like there was a mushroom fire, which was quite concerning in that area.
It's been 12 days since the fiery derailment of a train carrying hazardous chemicals through East Palestine, Ohio. Ohio officials confirming some 3,500 fish died in local waters in the days after the derailment.
This train apparently was not considered a high hazardous material train. Therefore, the railroad was not required to notify anyone here in Ohio about what was in the rail cars coming through our state.
So this wasn't a hazardous train whatsoever at all. But let's take a look at the chemicals that were in here. This was basically a recipe to take out an entire town, community, and all the neighboring area and destroy the water.
It's a test.
It's no joke.
Next, the chemicals that were on that train
There wasn't just vinyl chloride. There was 150 rail cars. 20 of them had chemicals, and I believe only 4 or 5 of them were vinyl chloride. So what was it that they were carrying that they burned into the atmosphere, you ask? According to a letter from the EPA, Southern Train comprised of roughly 150 rail cars derailed. Approximately 20 rail cars were listed as carrying hazardous materials. Cars containing vinyl chloride, butyl acrylate, ethyl hexyl acrylate, and ethylene glycol monobutyl ether are known to have been and continue to be released to the air, surface soils, and surface waters. Now, when you burn vinyl chloride, it becomes hydrogen chloride. Hydrogen chloride likes to bind to water, whether that's liquid water or water vapor. When it does that, it becomes hydrochloric acid, okay? Butyl acrylate is another toxic flammable chemical that they use to make paint, coatings, caulks, sealants, adhesives. The vapors from this stuff can form explosive mixtures in the air.
What's up, Forever Love?
And it's heavier than other chemicals, so it settles quickly into the soil and water, leaving a slick film on water surfaces. It gets into the sewer systems where it can be a fire hazard because it's flammable, and that it could ignite in the sewer systems or in basements. With ethyl hexyl acrylate, the vapors cause drowsiness and convulsions. Of course, all these chemicals irritate the eyes, burn the lungs, and irritate and burn the skin. They use this chemical again to make paints and plastics. And this is another acidic chemical that will react well with butyl acrylate. Now, ethylene glycol monobutyl ether
Buying some water filters right now.
is a lot like butyl acrylate. It's used in varnishes and paints and solvents. It reacts with bases, aluminum, and oxidizing. It forms peroxides when exposed to air and light, and it will eat away at some plastics and rubber. It's also a heavy chemical, so it settles in sewers and basements as well. You know, there are a couple of waterways, Leslie's Run and Sulphur Run. It's a strange name. And these two water systems flow from East Palestine. It flows from Pennsylvania to the Ohio River and all.
He's talking too slow for me. Basically, all of this is going to go right from Ohio straight down the Mississippi River, and it's going to contaminate everything right down to the ocean, all the way down to Louisiana all over again. These guys have been doing this and blowing stuff up since 2019. I'm not even going to go back before that, but I mean, it's just nonstop, never ending. And let's not forget the food plants, but that's a whole different tentacle of the octopus, we'll call it. How about that? It's early, all right? These guys have been burning down absolutely everything. So this is all going into the water. This is going into the air, and this is worldwide. It's not just the United States, because there is no China against the U.S. It's the New World Order against us, and they're winning big time because they're not stopping. They're not stopping. They're not stopping. This is happening. This is war right here. This is how they're going to do it. They're going to use all these quote-unquote accidents. They're going to use the quote-unquote weather and quote-unquote food shortages. Do you see what I'm saying? This is happening. This is happening. This is happening. I don't know how else to say it. At any rate, Richie from Boston. Sorry about the girl swearing at the beginning, but you know what? She's pissed off because this is happening. I'm out.
Thanks, Richie. So how we doing, Singe? You still there?
Excellent.
All right, so fluoride experiment time. Okay. Not bad. And I got one more. Let's try this.
This is Feed Your Mind. And so a few years ago, I came across this information about what they're calling a sky stone. And people were saying this was actually part of the firmament. And I was thinking, okay, that's interesting, but there might be a bit of a reach. I was kind of wondering. So I actually dismissed the story and moved on to other topics for a while. But then I came across some more information and details about this sky stone. And it turns out it's much more interesting than I initially thought because, first of all, this sky stone is literally called a sky stone. That's the official name of it. And so there's something to the information. I started thinking when I realized that. I thought it was just people calling it that at first. Then I looked more into it and realized, okay, so there's actual data on this stone, and they're saying this stone is made up of 77% oxygen and a few other known elements. But then there's other researchers saying that there's actually parts of the stone that scientists have not been able to determine the origins of. They're saying that some of the elements are actually, they're thinking, not from Earth. So these elements are unknown to the science community. And that's pretty interesting. And so
New ride? Yep, we're cruising in style with Verizon Home.
when I looked more into this sky stone, I looked into the history of it. And first of all, this stone was discovered in Sierra Leone, where a lot of precious gems and stones are found. And it turns out the ancients have said that the reason why there's so many diamonds and there's so much precious metals and stones around that area is because they're saying they have tales of the fallen ones getting kicked out from the heavens and falling down to earth. And they even made a bunch of statues in that area where people have found reptilian-like looking creatures that they have said were the fallen ones who came down from heaven. And they're saying that on their way down, they were trying to grab onto stuff and parts of the stars were falling with them, and they were literally thrown through the firmament is what I'm taking from this information because of the sky stone now. So it looks like the ancients have strange tales about why there's so many precious metals there. And plus, if you remember, they said in Ezekiel that the heavens were made of precious metals like emeralds and crystals and rubies and stuff. And even Satan himself was said to have been dressed in all types of precious metals and precious gemstones and stuff. So that's pretty interesting how they're linking the fallen ones with these precious metals, and plus with the stars, like as if the stars are literally diamonds in the sky. Even in Rihanna's song, she speaks of the stars being diamonds in the sky. So is there something to this sky stone? Well, upon further research on the sky stone, which is a bright blue stone unlike any other stone known to man, and there was this researcher that goes by the name of Angelo Patani, and so he started researching on the sky stone because he was one of the first ones to discover this stone in Africa. And upon his research, he started realizing more and more about this stone was unique and unlike any other stone. And he started documenting his research through the scientific community. And it turns out as he started releasing more and more information, he out of nowhere just disappeared, never to be heard of again. So it's not clear whatever happened to this guy. But yeah, he might have been silenced because he was uncovering a lot of mysteries about this sky stone. And then maybe a year later or so, this guy, well, this collector that goes by the name
I've
of
heard it
Jared
called Sky
Hines,
Ice.
he was trying to obtain some precious metals and precious stones, and he went to a gemstone dealer in Hong Kong, and that's where he came across this sky stone for the first time. And he was looking at it and
Oh, that's
asking
something
the dealer
different.
a lot of questions. The dealer was explaining what this was and
Wow.
what he knew about it, and
That's beautiful.
he was intrigued, and he ended up wanting to purchase the stone, but the dealer refused to sell it
Pretty
to him.
interesting, yeah.
And so he found that strange. He
I would
even
like
asked
to buy
maybe
it.
could he just buy a fragment of it, but the dealer refused. So
$100,
he
$200.
this piqued his
Couple
interest
hundred,
even more. So he started
Get a couple
going on a
Benjis.
mission to find a way to obtain this stone if there's any more. And he ended up finding another piece of this stone in a museum in Switzerland and tried to obtain one from them, and they refused as well. So he didn't give up. He was out of desperation. He went back to this Hong Kong gemstone dealer, and eventually he was able to get him to sell him a small fragment of this sky stone. So what came with it was this paperwork, and when he looked at this paperwork, he was able to determine where this sky stone came from. Where did this gemstone dealer get this stone from? And it turns out that it was traced back to Angelo Platoni, the same guy who disappeared from doing research after doing a bunch of research on the stone. So Collins started doing much more research on this sky stone, and he even hired a scientist to inspect it. And the scientist never saw anything like it before. He was completely amazed by this stone and couldn't quite figure out a few elements in the stone. And it was just a stone unlike anything anyone's ever seen before. So it was one of the rarest stones in the world, basically. And it's a big mystery as to where it came from and what it actually is. So it sounds like the scientists concluded
Want to
doesn't
say
seem to have
sapphire
came from
first
Earth.
off, right?
So is it possible that this sky stone is a literal piece of the firmament? And if so, how do you suppose this sky stone found its way onto Earth? Like, what is your take on how could a piece of the firmament fell to Earth? And so this brings a whole new meaning to that story. I think it was Chicken Little who was warning everyone the sky was falling and no one believed him. And also, like, with this sky stone being made of 77% oxygen, I mean, isn't that something? I mean, first of all, the number 77, and then also with it being made of mostly oxygen. So is that maybe another form of water, like when the Bible says the waters were separated from the waters below and the waters above? And scientists know of 3 forms of water, which is liquid, solid, and vapor. But could this be maybe related somehow? Maybe this oxygen stone, where it's maybe another form of water that's in this form. It's not ice, but it's not, I mean, it's more like air, it seems
Wow,
like.
it made me think of something
Oxygen
completely
is-
opposite of that.
It's like a solid piece of air. But anyways, like, even the scientists admit, they're saying they're thinking gold comes from above, because they're saying it's coming from meteors. But with what we discussed earlier,
Yes, we
with
all do hate that.
could diamonds be possibly stars? So maybe gold is a similar thing where maybe it did come from above. These pieces of the stars or something like that.
Rodriguez.
Anyways, we covered a lot in this video, so let me know what you think about it all in the comment section. I might leave a link so you can check out this sky stone being demonstrated and presented by someone who actually has one. So be on the lookout in the comment section for that link. I'll also leave it in the description box. I'll also leave a link to maybe my firmament videos where we cover more detail about what the firmament could be made
Sky
of.
Ice videos.
I'll leave links to my social media, my other channels, my Feed Your Mind store, my free email newsletter so I can send videos directly to you, and much more. I'm also going to leave
I
a
got
link
the
if
link
you
right
like
here.
for this channel. You can donate as little as $1 to help keep Feed Your Mind online. I also have YouTube membership and PayPal. Your support's going to also help me get much more documentary style videos out instead of just these podcast style videos. So thanks for tuning in. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe. This has been Feed Your Mind signing off.
EasyView started as my college project, and we now sell our
Did you say you got the link, Singeman, of what he was talking about? Hold on. I think I found something. Maybe. I don't know. No. No. Can't do that. So how we doing? Singeman, what were you saying? You got a link that you were going to bring up or what? All right.
Yeah, give me a couple minutes here.
All right, so you need a break too? All right, cool. We'll take a break then.
Give me over at the water fountain.
I'm not dumb, y'all, I see through. I can see you open for my demise. Now I got my open eyes, looking at your broken life. I'm not dumb, y'all, I see through. I can see you open for my demise. Now I got my open eyes, looking at your broken lives.
I know you're trying to fold my ear, but I don't know what you've been told, my dear. It's a new chapter, throw away the old ideas. I got new rap for all my peers, and who's after? You can only conquer emotions that you master. Time don't slow down for no one that moves past you. I shared a couple friends, I know what the past is. There's new rules, school's out for the classless. I don't got no time for the vultures and social climbers, locusts and chimers, cokeheads and no good connivers. Not that I'm without sin, I know how local that I was, where I've arrived and I've been, but I'm striving to win. Enemies in my circumference, I invited them in. Had to close the circle, make the shit tighter again. Classic case of another duck who thinks he's a swan just because you both drink from the palm. But come on,
I'm not dumb, y'all, I see through. I can see you open for my demise. Now I got my open eyes, looking at your broken life. I'm not dumb, y'all, I see through. I can see you open for my demise. Now I got my open eyes, looking at your broken life.
I guess it was all along I had known the truth, that I was viewed as a golden goose. These Fruit Loops want juice that they don't produce. So what happens when the chickens come home to roost is the bitches, they get vicious, the fellas are over friendly, plotting on your demise as soon as you stop ascending. Posturing in the lives, you can tell that it's all pretending. You start to learn the difference between jealousy and envy. And these lessons don't come for free. They can't be learned in no college, but to some degree I had to earn some cold knowledge that a younger me couldn't see. Note to self, I got return on those dollars. Follow along the saga, you can't run from the fight, cause we all take the beatings we have coming in life. You know it well, what's done in the dark comes to the light, and you can never fuck with someone as nice as I am.
I'm not dumb, y'all, I see through. I can see you open for my demise. Now I got my open eyes, looking at your broken life. I'm not dumb, y'all, I see through. I can see you open for my demise. Now I got my open eyes, looking at your broken lives.
Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value.
Start the uprising. Let's start the uprising. It's time to uprise. It's time to uprise. Yeah. people that got us believing we nothing but heathens, scheming, hating each other for nothing but breathing, hating each other for color and creed. When me and you, we one and the same, under the blade get cut and we bleed, and they think we dumb and naive, but we wasn't conceived yesterday. We know the days they made up the disease, and they tease us with money and greed to make us hunger and feed off each other like some blood-sucking freaks. And the most ignorant begins to publish his dream. Nothing but whores and infidelity is up on the screen. Real chance of love with else in the creep. A lover that cheats. These dumb broads should be running the streets. If you think that letting your daughters watch Charm School won't harm you or her in the long run, you're a darn fool. It's so blatant how they're in our minds in plain sight, taking our rights and dignity. It ain't right. It's the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these people. Guys is feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Sometimes up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. It's the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these people. Guys is feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Sometimes up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies.
I'll admit that Obama had me believing the hype, but after doing the knowledge, I ain't been sleeping at night. Probably the biggest deception I ever seen in my life. If y'all don't read between the lines, and y'all ain't reading it right. Yeah, Vinny Paz just a motherfucking trooper stepping. Nuclear anxiety in the code of the super weapon. Obama and Bush cousins, and that's a true connection. Seizing power and property like a ruthless henchman. I'm in a Jewish temple on Mount Zion, studying literature from the Priory of Zion. Nothing safe, no cars, no planes to fly on. I got a few bulletproof vests to try on. Yeah, but y'all can just remain a machine. It's true lies, but I decide to stay on my ding. You a sucker if you think that the economy kills. Barack Obama 666 finally reveals.
It's on the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these people. Guys is feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Sometimes up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. It's on the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these people. Guys is feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Sometimes up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies.
This means more to me than 16s and 8-ball hooks. So many behind bars before they hit 16. A departed, just look at what the graveyard took. 16 in the clip, one mark for St. Pete's book. It's the hook line, it's sick, live fast and die quicker. Replace brother with the end, so we fire nines quicker. The television keep the mind's eye tripping, and the school systems built on brainwashing God's children. More capitalism only mean more problems. Stock market crash, hard times and rock bottom. Huddle masses that never passed through Ellis Island. Wind up experiments, Tuskegee and Guatemalans. Obama's only sending more troops for deployment. Only folks with jobs here work for unemployment. So dig, there's a reason the Liberty Bell don't ring. It's the uprising, lift every voice and sing.
Come on, the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these people. Guys is feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Sometimes up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these people. Guys is feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Sometimes up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. It's true lies.
It's true lies, but I decide to stay on my day.
America's laws, disorientated by most lies.
If y'all don't read between the lines, and y'all ain't reading it right.
I'm the cut ties. Fuck the uprising.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore.
I'm almost there, guys. I'm still looking. I think I might have already played this on here. All right. You there? You still there, Singe, or you falling asleep?
I think Singeman has left the building.
Sorry, I had my headphones up. What'd you
Oh,
say?
I was saying, what are you doing, man? I'm looking. You got anything you want to? Do you got anything you want to bring up?
I put a link in. Did you want to watch that one?
Oh, you put a link in. All right, hold on.
Or I can find another more. If you
I
want.
found something too. All right, hold on.
Something
Yeah,
up.
I'll go to your.
Something for the uprising.
You
And
can you can screen share it if you want, right? Can you, or do you need me to?
Yeah, I'm doing a couple of things right now.
All right.
The agency has me running back and forth with these files.
All right.
They're out of alphabetical order, basic stupid stuff, and people's life on the line, and it's out of order. What?
All right, here we go.
Hello, family. Welcome back. I hope you guys are doing great. I wanted to pass something along that somebody shared with me a while back, and I just haven't had a chance to share it, but it's extremely interesting. It's one of those things you just have to share, and the people I've talked to about it had never heard of it, so I figured maybe you haven't, and it's great that we share information that we come across, kind of break some of the mystery of what's going on beyond where we're allowed to explore. And this story is one of those that will blow your mind because it reveals sort of what we already assumed would be going on there. But this person that shared this with me was very kind and said, "Hey, this is really cool. Have you heard about this?" And I haven't heard anything about it until they shared it. This channel here, Yup 0123, and they said, "I found this on Facebook and I think it's worth sharing with you all. I kept the original post's layout untouched to keep its originality." So they've broken it up. You'll see what I'm talking about, or what they're talking about here in just a second. And the story, I will scroll to it, starts right here. And this person reached out on one of those truther Facebook pages. There's lots of them where they were talking about the firmament. And they had a military background. And they said, "I've never really believed in Jesus or done the whole church thing, but I think I've seen the stuff you guys are talking about here. I just didn't know what it was at the time." This person was in the Army from 1997 to 2000, and they said, "I was sent to McMurdo Station in Antarctica. I was a helicopter mechanic and a crew chief, and they had volunteer tours open for guys to go there and work on the helicopters there. When they asked for volunteers," sorry, there's some typos here. I'll try to read it and say what I believe they were trying to say. But it says, when they asked for volunteers, a bunch of us applied, but only me and one other guy got accepted. The application process had a bunch of questionnaires that we had to fill out, and we had to sit for a bunch of one-on-one interviews. It was mostly just a bunch of questions about what our interests and beliefs were. Weird that they would ask about their beliefs. I was sent to McMurdo Research Station in August of 1998. When we weren't busy de-icing the aircraft and working on them, we had time to hang out with the scientists at the research station. The military unit attached to McMurdo was small, and we didn't have our own separate facilities. We didn't have a PX or a media center. There was no chapel or chaplain, and we didn't have our own separate mailroom. We just had to share the same facilities with the scientists and researchers. So over time, I got to be friends with a few of them. They had two different kinds of ice they worked on and studied. This is where it gets interesting. One kind of ice was the normal kind that we've all seen. They took cores of it out of boreholes in the ground. Just like normal ice, it was mostly clear and sometimes white, and it would melt into liquid water if it got warm. The whole area of Antarctica is covered in this kind of ice. But that wasn't their main kind of ice. The only time I ever saw them actually studying normal ice was when a film crew from National Geographic came by. The rest of the time, which was most of the time, the scientists were studying something they called sky ice. This stuff was totally different. We were never allowed to go into the laboratory areas of the station because the labs had to be kept super clean.
Thanks, Daniel
and
Becker.
they said it would mess up their work if they risked letting too many people in the lab. But one time, one of the researchers that I was friends with showed me a piece of sky ice. You couldn't touch the stuff with your bare hands because it was so cold. And it wasn't clear or white like normal ice.
I appreciate
was
it, Daniel
solid
Becker.
blue.
I'm just making
He
a
said
coffee.
that's why they call it sky ice, because it was the exact same color as the sky. We had to wear a thick, heavy going outside gloves to handle it. The stuff was so cold, it would instantly freeze your skin if you touched it. I don't remember what the temperature he said it was, but it was something like hundreds of degrees below zero, way colder than the normal ice that was outside. He had to carry it in a metal bottle that was kind of like a thermos. He let me play with the piece of it for a while. It felt lighter than a piece of normal ice of the same size, like it wasn't very heavy at all. It almost felt like you could throw it up in the air and it would just float back down. But I didn't try that. And it was also a little flexible when I tried to bend it. It didn't break like normal ice would. And even for a small piece, you could see through it. It was solid blue right from the surface. And here's the really weird part. It didn't melt into water. When it got warm, because we had it inside, it just started to shrink. It got smaller and smaller, but my glove never got wet. And there was no water on the floor. The stuff just turned into thin air when it got warm and vaporized. He said that was the reason why they had to study the stuff right there in Antarctica. You couldn't take the sky ice back to America to study it because it was almost impossible to keep it cold enough during transit. And then they shared a verse right here where it says, "And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it." And then we continue off where it says it would always vaporize into air and you'd have nothing left when you got back to the US, he said. Russian scientists had discovered the same problem when they tried to take the ice back to Russia. So that was why they all had research stations in Antarctica. After maybe 15 minutes of handling the
But
piece,
Santiago, he's
it
right
was
there.
almost completely gone.
Oh, yeah.
Just like
I
just
was
a
sitting
tiny
at that
little
table
bit
last
was
week.
left,
I had a
and my
coffee there.
glove was dry the whole time. I'd never seen anything like it before or since, and that's unusual because I've always had an interest in scientific things. I think that's even why I got selected to go to Antarctica, because a big part of the interview was about science and what I believed about things. So I really thought it was cool to see something I'd never heard of before. The whole time I was at McMurdo, I heard people talking about the wall like that was a special place. It's pretty common to find ice walls and ice cliffs all over Antarctica. The whole place is ice, but it's all just normal white or clear ice. So I asked my friend where they get the sky ice from, and he said it comes from the wall. I don't remember exactly how he described it, but apparently there's a huge wall of sky ice in Antarctica. He said it was hundreds of miles inland from the coast. I never got to see it myself because I was only, and then I'm going to skip forward, stationed to McMurdo. I didn't get to go out on expeditions. He said it was the biggest natural structure in the world. Imagine that. He said that in the 1960s, the U.S. Army had a plan to bore a tunnel into the wall, but they didn't have a boring machine that could handle the super cold temperatures. So they had a whole testing project in Greenland where they developed ice tunnels and invented new boring machines that could operate in super cold temperatures. So this was back when they were going into forming NASA and all the other things that were kind of strange, the Antarctic Treaty, around that time, pretty close to it. And he says, like they did this whole big thing in Greenland for just practice. So it was like they were practicing to bore into the sky ice. I'm not an expert on that, but that's just what he told me. Then once they had the new boring machine figured out, they brought it to the ice wall, or to the wall in Antarctica. He said that the machine bored a tunnel. I don't remember exactly, it was like 5 or 10 miles into the wall, but that they never broke through the other side of the wall, and that they still don't know how thick the wall is, even to this day. And I'm probably not remembering this part correctly, but I think he said that at first the floor of the tunnel was solid rock, but after a mile or two in, the floor was sky ice, like it was sky ice underneath after a certain point, or something like that. And apparently the wall slowly builds itself back up. So it slowly builds itself back up after you cut it, because after a year or so, the tunnel had shrunk smaller all by itself, like a self-healing wound. It starts closing up. They had to leave the boring machine inside the wall because the tunnel shrunk too small to get it back out. And after a few decades, the tunnel was completely gone. Like the part of the wall was solid again. He said that now the scientists were trying to use technology to figure out how thick the wall is. He said something about putting earthquake sensors all along the wall, and that somehow you could measure the signal from an earthquake to see how thick the wall is. But he kind of lost me on that part. I never really thought about any of that after I left. It was really weird stuff, but I didn't think it was a big deal at the time. But then a few weeks ago, I saw a map of the wall in Antarctica, except the map was all flat and crazy looking, and it showed the wall going all the way up over the whole Earth. So since then, I've been trying to learn more about the sky ice that I saw and the wall that I heard about, but I can't find anything at all. So now I'm really wondering if there could be a connection here. And that's how I found this group. So I hope that maybe some part of my experience will help someone figure something out. Well, thankful to that person. If they were telling the truth, that is some very interesting information given what we know surrounds us. We know that the firmament's not just made out of ice. It's something special. That could just be something near the foundation to prevent you from going all the way to it. The Father's design is very complex, and he has foreknowledge. He knows what mankind's going to try to do. Those little nuclear bombs they shot at the firmament was nothing to the firmament. They can't break it. They've tried. If they could, they would, but they can't. And this is just one of those stories that confirms a lot of what I had assumed would be going on. I always thought, man, if they are out there and they can go to it, they're probably trying to drill through it. And if they are, how have they not gotten through it already? And that would answer the question for you, because it closes up as you go through it. But this was back in the 60s. There's no telling what they're trying now, mostly guarding it. I'm sure that's the biggest job they have, is keeping us from going there. And if you do go there, you can only go to certain places. It is tens of thousands of dollars for a one-way ticket. Otherwise, many of us would have already gone there, tried to do some sneaking around and investigating. But this video here, it only had like 300 views. But really cool stuff. Wanted to pass this along. I know the days of censorship have it to where you can't find stuff like this anymore. And I remembered putting it in my firmament playlist. I just wasn't sure if you guys had heard about this and wanted to pass it along to you. Answers some questions that
Nancy, add it to our firmament playlist. Thank you.
Most of you, if you're like me, had about what's going on out there and what are some of the properties near the foundation of the firmament, if they're even close.
Can you create a new album, please, Nancy, to put in separate?
We'll find out soon someday. The firmament itself will go away like a scroll, but that second day of creation, where he put this expanse for signs and for seasons, and letting us know that he will return very soon. And it's one of those things that we're sensing is right around the corner due to the way things are going in the world and what they're trying to prepare us for and all the division. But they're preparing for a war. I'll go over that in a little while in another video, what they're preparing for and how you can be prepared yourself to not fall for the deceptions to come. But see you guys around soon. I know that this is a random video, and I'm just trying to put this stuff out there and stop procrastinating and share the information that I have while we still can. I'll see you guys really soon. Stay safe.
This is 2020. I have some UFO pictures that I saved. I'm going to show you in a minute.
All right.
Pictures that I took in 2000.
First order of business, bagel time. Yes, I made myself a bagel. So what? What are you going to do about it? All right, I got something for you. Emergency landings of airplanes proves the flat earth. Okay? This is a good one. This is a good one while I eat my bagel. Oh, hold on. Let me shut my camera off. I don't want all you creeps looking at me eating a bagel. But I'm still here. Fucking 4 in the morning and watch me eat a bagel.
I have had many people sending me questions and ask my opinion about flight paths and emergency landings, how these flight paths prove that the shape of the Earth is not a globe. I have since decided to make this video where I will present 5 emergency landings proving flat Earth. And I will show by comparing the flight paths side by side on the globe model and on the flat Earth map that the paths of these flights on the flat Earth map make more sense over a ball Earth model. I will also present evidences of a flat stationary Earth through the wind and ocean currents with the sun and the moon and the seasons. The flat Earth map I will be using in this video is the one which has come to be known as the Gleason's map, the new standard map of the world by Alex Gleason. There isn't a map that's 100% accurate. The Gleason's map may or may not have its flaws, but for comparing flight paths, wind and ocean currents, the sun and the moon and the seasons, it's a perfect tool.
Yeah, it is good. Strawberry is good.
At the end of this video, you will find a link where you can download and print a free high-resolution flat Earth map. I hope you enjoyed this video, and where I will be comparing side-by-side globe and flat Earth, and I will demonstrate once and for all that our Earth is flat and stationary. There is no movement at all, and there has never been recorded in history any spin of the Earth.
It'll work. Trust me.
The first part of this video we will be talking about flight paths and emergency landings. Flights number 1 and 2, I have already made videos about them. In this video, we will talk about flights number 3, 4, and 5. I have never talked about these 3 flights before, although you can find them in my book. Hope you guys enjoy it. Let's go ahead and find out more information about our flat and stationary Earth. Lufthansa flight LH 543 with 191 passengers on board. The crew of 13 members departed Bogota on July 26, 2017 towards Frankfurt, Germany. Among the 191 passengers, a pregnant woman, originally from Bulgaria, boarded the plane with no major problems. But something quite unusual for the crew of 13 happened during the flight over the Atlantic. Somewhere over the Atlantic, the woman gave
Bogota
baby boy being assisted by the flight attendants.
Hilarious.
Reports say that the passengers had to move seats and the back of the plane was converted into a delivery room. The captain also decided to make an emergency landing for the well-being of the child. What doesn't make sense.
Well, they said it was. I was there. They said it was for the well-being of the child, but he really just had to take a piss. The captain. He just had to take a urine break. He told me. He was like, I'm landing because I got to take a leak. I was like, he's like, we're just blaming on the child. I was like, okay. I just went along with a story. But whatever.
Sweet.
And it became history, so I guess I aided to the covering up of history here. Falsifying
This is
history.
the city where the plane landed. Lufthansa flights LH543 with an emergency landing Manchester in England. According to the flight path, Lufthansa LH543 flies
Yeah, but it was
just
this
south
funny
of Portugal in Spain. It flies just south of Paris, south of Brussels, and above Luxembourg before reaching Frankfurt. Even if the plane had to fly a little.
Hey, Singeman, have you ever been above Luxembourg and you know that feeling that you get when you're up there, when you're right directly above Luxembourg like that? That feeling that you get? Did you get that feeling that I got when I was above Luxembourg?
Nah, it's usually I'm sleeping, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
A bit north of its flight path on the globe, stopover in London could be somewhat acceptable, but the plane landed in Manchester, 200 miles north of London. This makes absolutely no sense at all on the globe Earth model. Manchester is located 700 miles northwest of Frankfurt. The flight is coming from South America, just north of the equator. There is no explanation on a globe Earth why Lufthansa LH543 was flying 700 miles northwest of its destination, 200 miles north of the city of London. When looking at the flight path on the flat Earth map, everything becomes clear. Everything makes sense. When comparing Lufthansa LH543 flight path on the globe Earth model and on the flat Earth, you can see for yourself how everything makes more sense on the Gleason's flat Earth map. Qatar Airways flights QR725 made an emergency landing in Moscow in April of 2016. A teenager from Saudi Arabia fell in coma aboard Qatar Airways flight QR725, which departed from Chicago towards Doha, Qatar. The online news website Express UK reported that a teenager from Saudi Arabia on board flight QR725 had toxic shock syndrome and hypothermia. After the teenager fell into a coma, the captain decided to make an emergency landing. Where the plane landed is where the argument Flat Earth versus Globe Earth started. The plane landed in Moscow. It doesn't really make any sense at all. However, when plotted on the Flat Earth map, this flight makes perfect sense, as the Flat Earth map shows that Moscow is located directly between Chicago and Doha. Looking at the playback video from the site Flight Radar 24, we see QR725 flying from Chicago to Doha. We can track the flight path. The airplane was flying directly over Slovakia. There were many options for the pilot, stopping in Austria, Germany, or France, and Italy, but instead, the pilot decides to stop in Moscow, which is located 1,600 kilometers, as we show here on the globe, and we calculate here on Google. This equals to 1,000 miles away from where the plane was flying. Now, remember, this is an emergency landing. The boy had been to a coma. Why would the pilot fly another 1,000 miles or 1,600 kilometers to stop in Moscow? It makes no sense on the globe Earth. But when we look at the Flat Earth map, we understand why the pilot stopped in Moscow for this emergency landing, because he was flying directly above Moscow when you fly from Chicago to Doha. On January 24th, 2019, everything seems to be okay for Hawaiian Airlines AJ50, which departed from Honolulu at 4:13 p.m. local time with predicted landing at JFK at 6:55 Eastern Standard Time. The duration of this flight is 9 hours and 35 minutes. The aircraft type is an Airbus A330. The aircraft was carrying 253 passengers and had 12 crew members on board. Veteran crew member Emil Griffith doesn't feel well during the flight. Griffith had been working for Hawaiian Airlines for over 30 years, and he's loved and respected by his colleagues. After being flying for almost 3 hours, Griffith doesn't feel better. The captain decides to make an emergency landing at San Francisco International Airport at around 11 p.m. local time. Although crew members and medical personnel worked hard to save Griffith's life, he dies of a heart attack. He was 60 years old. For the purpose of our research, let's focus on the path of this flight. Hawaii stands at 19 degrees north, 155 degrees west, while New York stands at 40 degrees north, latitude north, 74 west. San Francisco stands at 37 latitude north, 122 longitude west. It's a pretty steep climb to go from 19 degrees north, 155 west to 37 degrees north, 122 west, which is where San Francisco is located, and then remain for almost 5 hours in the same latitude until we reach New York at 40 degrees north, 74 west. Something is not quite right here. Why would a flight that's coming from the southwest not fly towards San Diego or Los Angeles, but fly northwest towards San Francisco and then fly to New York at basically the same latitude? Flat Earth map not only explains why this plane landed in San Francisco, but also gives a better explanation why this plane keeps on flying at the same latitude line for 5 hours, and it makes more sense on the Flat Earth map. We have just seen the strange emergency landing of a flight coming from Hawaii and landing in San Francisco. We can interpret this as being an isolated case due to a death in midair, and considering it was one of the crew members, they may have been advised to head to San Francisco by Hawaiian Airlines. But what to say about a flight which departed from San Diego in Southern California towards Hawaii, but flies to Oakland, California, for an emergency landing? This is exactly what happened on October 23, 2018, when Hawaiian Airlines flight AJ37 bound towards Hawaii, Maui, had an issue mid-air when a cockpit light illuminated shortly after takeoff, indicating a possible issue with one of the two engines of the Airbus 321N. According to MercuryNews.com, the plane departed San Diego at 8:25 a.m. and landed in Oakland, California at 10:51 a.m. Still according to the website MercuryNews.com, the airport only received initial reports that the plane would have to divert at 9:30 a.m. That means the plane was already 1 hour into the flight towards Hawaii, heading southwest over the Pacific Ocean when it notified Oakland Airport. The airplane landed in Oakland 1 hour and 21 minutes after notifying Oakland Airport. How could a plane that was 1 hour into a 5 hours and 50 minutes long flight towards the opposite direction of Oakland, California, be able to go back towards the northwest and land the plane in just 1 hour and 21 minutes after notifying Oakland Airport? A direct flight from San Diego to Oakland takes 1 hour and 30 minutes if the flight departs San Diego and fly directly to Oakland. How can a flight that was already 1 hour long towards the opposite direction land in Oakland in just 1 hour and 21 minutes after notifying the airport? This emergency landing does not really make any sense at all when you look at the globe model. Clearly, San Diego would have been the best option for an emergency landing if the plane was already 1 hour away over the Pacific Ocean towards Hawaii. But what if Hawaiian Airlines Flight AJ37 wasn't flying in that direction? What if Hawaiian Airlines Flight AJ37 was already flying towards the northwest? Well, it couldn't be, could it? Isn't Hawaii located southwest of San Diego? Everything starts to make sense when we look at the Gleason's Flat Earth map and compare with the globe model. As we compare the path of Hawaiian Airlines Flight AJ37 on both the globe model and on the Gleason's Flat Earth map, it becomes clear why this plane landed in Oakland, California. The flight was already 1 hour into the flight, heading northwest on the coast of California. The pilot notified Oakland Airport, turned the plane to that direction, headed towards Oakland. As we have seen with Hawaiian Airlines Flight AJ50, with an emergency landing in San Francisco, and with this flight, Hawaiian Airlines Flight AJ37 landing in Oakland, which is just 31 miles apart from each other. These two flights were heading to and coming from the same path as demonstrated on the Gleason's Flat Earth map. The Earth is flat, and flight paths and emergency landings prove this fact. According to Flight Radar 24, Hawaii Airlines Flight AJ51 was flying south of Salt Lake City over Utah when it abruptly changed its path towards the northwest to make an emergency landing in Seattle. The flight was being tracked live, and the flight path being presented here is in accord with the Globe Earth model and Google Maps. All of a sudden, the plane made a 90 degrees turn to its right and headed towards Seattle for an emergency landing. How could that even be possible? As with Hawaiian Airlines Flight AJ50 make an emergency landing in the northwest region of the United States, San Francisco, and Hawaiian Airlines Flight AJ37 also make an emergency landing in Oakland, California, 31 miles northeast of San Francisco, in the northwest region of the United States, I was not surprised in learning this plane made an emergency landing in Seattle. Most likely, this airplane wasn't even at the place where the tracking software was showing it to be. Not much can be found about this flight or why it went from south of Utah to Seattle for an emergency landing. Nevertheless, we still have to compare the path of this flight as shown in the screenshot with the Gleason's Flat Earth map and see what conclusion we get. As compared here, the flight path of Hawaiian Airlines Flight AJ51 on the Gleason's Flat Earth map is a straight line from New York JFK to Honolulu, Hawaii, having Seattle exactly along its path. We conclude that this emergency landing in Seattle makes more sense when we look at the Flat Earth map and makes no sense at all when it's looked at on the Globe Earth model. The path of this flight on the screenshot showing the plane making an abrupt right turn and heading northwest towards Seattle leaves a trail of questions. Why didn't this plane land in Salt Lake City since it was flying south of Utah? How about Las Vegas? Why didn't this flight keep going until we reach Los Angeles or San Diego? What's wrong with Los Angeles? That these flights coming from the southwest always land in the northwest region of the United States? Same thing happens when these flights go from New York towards Hawaii. Just a reminder to you that according to the screenshot, Hawaiian Airlines Flight AJ51 was flying at least 200 miles south of Salt Lake City. When we compare all these three flights, AJ50, AJ37, and AJ51, this is the conclusion we get. All three emergency landings covered in this video favor the Gleason's Flat Earth map over the Globe Earth spinning ball model. All three emergency landings took place on the path of the flights as demonstrated on the Gleason's Flat Earth map. All three emergency landings show to be evident that all these flights fly over the northwest region of the United States. These three emergency landings were no three consecutive coincidences. All three emergency landings demonstrated that what is being shown in flight tracking websites, sit-back screen of airplanes, and flight tracking applications is a simulation of a globe Earth, another reality of a flat, non-rotating Earth. All three emergency landings demonstrated that what we have known for quite some time, that official agencies hide the true shape of the Earth. Comparing all three flights on the Gleason's Flat Earth map, we arrive at the conclusion that these three flights prove when flying straight and directly to or from Hawaii, to or from the northeast of the United States, they all fly above the northwest region of the United States, and emergency landing in cities along the way like Seattle, Oakland, and San Francisco make more sense when we look at the Flat Earth map. There are no coincidences here. The Earth is flat and stationary, and we've been all lied to. Not many people know that there are jet streams circling around the Earth with speeds that reach up to 250 miles per hour or 400 kilometers per hour. There are polar jet streams and subtropical jet streams. Pilots know about them and they fly on these jet streams. They add to the speed of the aircraft without causing any damage to the fuselage. In fact, these jet streams are very similar to those moving walkways found in airports, malls, and even some cities all around the Earth. Here we have a lady on a moving walkway. If someone steps on it and just stands on it, the person will move forward at the regular speed of any person walking. But if the person decides to step on and walk forward on it, that person will increase his or her speed exponentially without making any extra effort. Now that you have a picture in mind, imagine that these jet streams as being conveyor belts or moving walkways above from 7 to 15 miles up, circulating all over the flat Earth. There are maps and software available to pilots where they can locate jet streams and fly on them. This animation shows some jet streams represented by the green and red arrows going both directions, flowing all around the flat Earth.
So with a 260 mile per hour westerly in the jet stream, you had a tailwind that was pushing the airplane at a ground speed. And this is a record, as I understand it, of 865 miles per hour. People in the plane wouldn't have known any different. But from New York to London, that particular KLM flight only took 4 hours and 56 minutes.
With a speed of around 400 kilometers or 250 miles an hour, the aircraft thus attained a speed approaching 1,200 kilometers or 745 miles an hour, close to that of the sound barrier. There was no danger, however, concerning air friction on the fuselage, since the plane was flying with the wind, not against it.
When you compare jet streams on the globe, it makes absolutely no sense. Ocean currents, as seen in this animation, are explained better when looked at the flat Earth map. The sun's electromagnetic energy moves from the Tropic of Cancer outwards towards the Tropic of Capricorn, and then back again throughout the year, pushing the water away from its path, and it makes its journey creating the two directions in water current flow. As the sun moves along its annual path, its energy pushes the currents outward and away from its path, causing the two directions in water current. And compared to the globe model, we can see that on the globe model, ocean currents make no sense. The Sun and the Moon are also better explained on the flat Earth map. The Sun and the Moon are much closer, much smaller than it's thought in the heliocentric model. The Sun circles the flat Earth in a clockwise direction, spending 3 months around the center pole, as known as the North Pole. It moves to the equator, where it circles for 3 months, and then moves and circles over the Tropic of Capricorn for another 3 months, before it returns to the equator. Since the equator is the midpoint between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, it circles 2 times a year, 6 months. That's the reason why we never experience winter time on the equator. The seasons are also better explained on the flat Earth map. Midpoint between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, the Sun circles around the area 2 times in a year, causing the temperatures to be higher in that region than around the center and around the edge close to the South Circle or Antarctic Circle. In this animation, the yellow-reddish colors demonstrate where the Sun circles 2 times in a year, while the blue parts of the map demonstrate where the Sun circles only once in a year. We can certainly say that temperatures on Earth are better understood on the flat Earth map. When the Sun is circling over the Tropic of Cancer, it's summertime in the Northern Hemisphere. Kids play during a hot summer day in Brooklyn, New York. When the Sun moves away and circles over the equator, spring comes to Brazil, Australia, and South Africa. Fall comes to the northern region. Fall comes to Central Park.
This stuff later. The agency that sent me something. I'll show you here.
It's cool.
Later.
'Cause I get some stuff too, and then whatever. So it's almost done.
Yeah,
This is like.
I'll probably have to see you tomorrow.
When the Sun is circling over the Tropic of Capricorn, it's summertime in Brazil, Australia, and South Africa. It's wintertime in the center region. It's wintertime in Central Park, New York City.
I gotta jump off in here.
Time zones are also better explained on a flat Earth map. As seen here, the Sun goes around the flat Earth in 24 hours. Each hour represents one time zone. Eclipses are better explained on a flat Earth map. Consider the paths of these eclipses on both models below. It makes absolutely no sense at all the way these eclipses work in the heliocentric model by looking at the places where they were recorded: Argentina, Atlantic Ocean, Congo, Red Sea, India, South China, Hong Kong, and Caroline Island. When the same places are plotted on the Gleason's flat Earth map, it makes perfect sense. The Sun and the Moon circle over the flat Earth, the Sun circles over the flat Earth, and eclipses prove this observation. The extensive laying out of cables on the sea bed for communication purposes not only is explained better on the flat Earth map, but also reinforced the notion that satellites are a hoax. If there were the amount of satellites it's said to exist orbiting the supposed globe Earth, it wouldn't be necessary to lay out cables, which are as thin as 5 inches to as thick as 15 inches, or 30 centimeters. In war times, no other map is used but the Flat Earth map. This is the air map of the world, which is the Flat Earth map showing distances in miles between cities. A picture of the Flat Earth map was seen in Kennedy's Situation Room. This map was prepared for the Aluminum Company of America in 1943, and it was recently sold in one auction for an undisclosed amount of money. Radars wouldn't work if Earth were a globe. Radar is a detection system that uses radio waves to determine the range, angle, or velocity of objects. These radio waves can't curve. This illustration demonstrates that flight paths make absolutely no sense on a ball Earth, but when compared on the Flat Earth map, they are better understood. Government agencies and private agents alike avoid using the Flat Earth map in fear that it would make too much sense. As seen in this image, flight routes are perfectly explained on the Flat Earth map. Flight paths and emergency landings are among the clearest evidence that the Earth is not a globe. In Chinese culture, the yin-yang symbol is nothing but the Flat Earth map showing the moon illuminating the night, represented by the black half of the, and the sun illuminating the day, represented by the white half, circulating from east to west, just as we observe in our day-to-day lives. The Chinese people were one of the last people to adopt the heliocentric model, mostly forced by colonizers like the French, the English, and the Portuguese.
Several ancient beliefs have been extremely important in shaping Chinese culture as well. In fact, each of China's traditional religions have themselves been deeply influenced by these ancient beliefs. Undoubtedly, one of the most basic and widespread of them is the concept of yin and yang. In the symbol of the Taoist religion seen here, the mystical Tao is represented as consisting of two balanced but opposing energies. One is called Yang, and the other is called Yin. Yin is the energy associated with femininity, the earth, the night, the moon, and softness. While in contrast, Yang is the energy associated with masculinity, heaven, the daytime, the sun, and strength. Each morning in the parks and public places of China, older people are always seen practicing Tai Chi, an ancient art that seeks to balance yin and yang energies while building strength and agility. And the approach of balancing energy is employed in traditional Chinese medicine as well.
The Bible also states that the earth is flat and stationary, with a small sun and moon circulating over its face, as we see in this passage in Genesis 1:16.
And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years." And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness.
I want to thank you everyone for watching this video. May the Lord keep you safe and bless your families in this.
All right. So that was nice. I'm about to end the stream soon. Real quick. All right. Let me do this. So tonight was a pretty kick-ass stream. I would agree. All right. You agree? I agree. All right, cool. So our channel is lacking in support lately. We haven't been getting any donations at all. I haven't been asking for donations because I don't really like to ask, but like we do need them to survive and keep this show running, and just give us an incentive to make us want to do a quality stream like this every night, you know? I mean, so Singeman has a Cash App. I have a PayPal, a Cash App. You go to my About Me section. It's also in the pinned comment. I also just had the Nightbot put it in. My Venmo. If you don't use PayPal, use Venmo. If you don't use Cash App, use PayPal. If you don't use PayPal, use Cash App. If you don't use any of them, go to Buy Me a Coffee. Yeah, you got to be 18 years or older. Look at it. It's got music and everything. Look, No Despair Bear bought me 5 pizzas. See that? You see how easy it is? Also, I have Boston Ray merchandise. Nobody even knows about my merchandise. Singeman designs all the most of the designs. Some of them were done by Latter-day Saints. You get it in any color you want. We got the COVID Commander. Dr. Fauci is COVID Commander. The Retro Sun design. The Boston Ray Mud Flood. The Flat Flops. We got everything. We got Late Night Live T-shirts. We got Late Night Live glasses. We got Fucky Ducky stuff. Cell phone cases, sweatshirts, anything you could possibly want to wear, we have here, except for pants. I'm still working on that, and shorts. But tops, hats, you can get it in any color you want. We have band practice. Like every single show we do, we have our cartoon characters. We have Voice to Skull technology, Masonic the Hedgehog gear. I mean, Flat Earth Ninjas. You know, support us. We need the help. This shirt is really cool. The new Boston Ray Mud Flood design. The Flat Earth
Rock
Ninja.
and roll, Daryl.
What up? Yeah. Why, Daryl's here? What up, Daryl? Yeah. So we got, but the coolest thing is that nobody has gotten yet, which I'm still working on getting to myself, is the hats, dude. We got all kinds of hats now. Look at this. We got Late Night Live hats, Boston Ray Mud Flood, Flat Earth Ninja hats, flat or flat.
Ducky.
Fucky Ducky hats. Look, you can get them in all different colors. I'm
getting the Fucky Ducky mug.
They're pretty neat.
I got some more stuff. I haven't been doing other stuff.
Well, we haven't really. Nobody really knows about the store too much, so we haven't really been moving a lot of merch lately. I haven't really sold anything, but we have winter hats. We have everything's here. I mean, I don't want to go on too much about it because this isn't the Home Shopping Network. You know what I'm saying? It's just we need support for the channel. Other than that, I'm gonna play something for you people. All right, let's see. What's this? Hold on 1 second. I got a few things I'm gonna play, and then we'll get out of here. Let me see what I get. All right, we'll leave that there. I need to find one more video. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm sorry I'm not more prepared, but I just did the long ass stream. But yeah, this is where I want to be. Uploads. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe I should go to YouTube for this. Let me see. All right. Oh no, there it was. Okay. Playlists kind of do make life easier, huh? Let me see. All right. What's this? Yeah, here we go. All right. Don't worry, I'm setting this up right. I know what I'm doing. One more thing. All right. Just bear with me for another second. Okay. All set. All right, we'll see how this works out. All right. Perfect. Put me over here. All right. Well, just want to say thank you, everybody. It's been a successful stream. Share it, thumb it up, post it. There's been a lot of people here. We did a good job tonight. I couldn't have done it without you. I couldn't have done it without Singeman. I couldn't have done it without Voynich. I couldn't have done it without Random Fan. I couldn't have done it without Forever Love. I couldn't have done it without Drew Duncan. I can't do this without you, Daniel Becker. Where are you? I cannot do this without you, Daniel Becker. Mr. Super Sidewinder. I can't do it without you. Forever Love. Without you.
That's true. Forever Love. Yes.
What would I do without Daryl? What would Daryl, honestly, who's better than you? Who's better than you? Who else do we got? I don't want to forget anybody. Daniel Becker, I can't live without you. I love you all. I mean, I love you all. If I missed you, I can't live without you. All right, none of yous. I'm a Bobby Marley.
Times.
Bobby Marley. I can't live without you.
It's the weirdest world.
Voynich.
Yes.
Voynich. Don't drop the soap. Who else do we got?
Voynich.
Drew Duncan. I can't
He's
do it
a
without him
little
either.
puppy that you know. His name is Voynich.
DN.
He's a little puppy.
I can't do it without you
Walks up
either,
and down the
DN.
street. Little puppy.
Wherever you are.
Voynich, that puppy.
All right.
I can make a cartoon.
All right. We're out of here. Singe. We're out of here. Say goodbye. You want to say goodbye to anybody?
Daryl Davis.
Yes. Well, we're not really leaving. I'm gonna play some music and some other shit. But for now, I might come. Who knows? I might even come back. But I got a whole bunch of shit set up here. All right.
Oh. Yes, they've got. You know what? It's just winter's making everything stale and slow. It'll start to pick up. Spring's coming. Things will start to pick up.
All right. Let me know when you're done.
Winter slows things down. I'm starting to pick up.
Yeah. Things are starting to pick up. I can feel it too. I know what you're talking about. All right. Let's do this. All right.
Pineal Power. Nice name. Give them a wrench.
Let's take a trip in the mind of a rhyme king. Look at the crook's book, find what you're finding. Look at a sick fuck hooked on a crime thing. Fucked up with $6, where's the silver lining? Maybe it's the writing and surviving. Maybe it's the haziness and craziness that I bring. That maybe savor this alive thing. Fuck man, I can still remember ODing and reviving. Now it seems my music is arriving. After all the juggling, the struggling and striving, I've been very lucky, I've been fortunate. I've been in the streets and seen friends lost in it. like Joey. Joe's back in detox with dope packed in his knee socks and old-fashioned beatbox. And every night his mama keeps crying cause her hope keeps dying. Shooting dope with this rope he's tying. His soul keeps trying to escape but he can't. He's just like his daddy and his cousin and his aunt. He's bugging on the drugs and it wasn't in his plans. Plus he got a court case H planted in his pants. That's what he says. Do you believe this? Cause every time he get out he's back with these heads. I guess we don't know the reasons, but we're praying to a God that we don't believe in. Yeah, sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. Sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. I remember being younger, September from the summer, right before the trees had the leaves fall from them. Teens full of dreams, we were still all youngins, but it seems that the schemes in the dirt called on us. We all went our separate ways with the reference, the same cause it stays when the days to your death is. Always full of questions, never full of answers. Took chances dealing with the devil in his dances. Some of us are locked up, some of us are hopped up. Every one of us will fill our stomachs with the vodka. Some of us are criminals and running from the coppers. Some of us are plumbers, but the brunt of all the rotten things that we went through are taking its toll. Cause some of us are dead laying with snakes in a hole. It makes you wanna cry when you wasted your whole life until you wind up thinking of taking your own. That's why sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. Sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. No. Go, yeah. The world turns, the train tracks rumble in the night, doors open. A drunk man stumbles with his wife. The pride of a foolish man, humble with the knife. In the reflection of the glass, you can see it isn't right. Blurring moving lights, slurring new advice, lying to your own face. This is truly true to life and beautifully trite. Usually a sight for sore eyes when you start seeing you could be alright. Your heart is beating right, so start a decent life. The greatest story ever told has gotta be a fight. I know that some of me is wrong, part of me is right. I write rhymes till I'm bringing a forgotten to the light. My stop is getting closer. I'm talking through the ghosts of those who were passed in this rotten evil culture. Writing on a page with the ink from the pen. Underground in the city is I think where I've been. Yeah, sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. Sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past.
You know, you don't see my kind of people. It's my kind of people. They don't come down here and beg dope. They go out and get it. If they miss, they go to jail and they kick along with nothing, some holding tank. Nobody, and I mean nobody, can talk a junkie how to use it. You can talk to them for years, but sooner or later they're gonna get a hold of something. Maybe it's not dope. Maybe it's not dope. Maybe it's booze. Maybe it's booze. Maybe it's glue. Maybe it's gasoline. Maybe it's a gunshot. Something to relieve the pressures of their everyday life. Having to tie their shoes.
I can't take this shit anymore. My fucking hands are shaking. I've been up for 3 days. I don't want to face nobody ever again. I need help. I need to get out of here. I gotta go.
Mighty Mize up in this. The Alchemist is up in this. Illagel is up in this. NYC, William B. Mr. E is who I be. The high and the mighty. Getting by like this. Eastern Conference style. Over blunts and tea, I write the dope rhymes easily. Love my G's, half virgin, half sleazy. See, I'm always wasted like my college diploma, striving for Dutch masters instead of the master's degree. Agree with me to smoke stacks instead of book stacks. Compelled with ill facts, obsessed with quarterback sacks and girls' backs, as well as being a fiend for new tracks. With Shanna Jameson was the babe I was in. Buzz nuts to my testy. Turn the races, I'll be the Donna Cron. Coming with more heat than Juan Guzman. Sipping on wonton, I be that kid eating cheeseburgers at Temple. Cause it's earth, wind, fire, eon, elemental. Your mic is all rental, well mine is toxic. Mr. Shapeshifter, squash the conflict. The conflict is man versus man. Don't know if I'm the protagonist or antagonist, but I'll be mad at the strap shit, the bad habit. Be the catalyst to these fantastics. The conflict is man versus man. Don't know if I'm the protagonist or antagonist, but I'll be mad at the strap shit, the bad habit. Be the catalyst to these fantastics. Now bet on me like the Sixers in the lottery, like the media portrays a hip-hop mockery. You never thought of this, plus I love Nautilus. It's Mr. Eon, live from the fortress. See, I illuminate and try to destroy the void. Hip-hop scientist, no rap decoy. From B-boy document, the shit is dominant. From popping, the body rocking, to head nodding. While I swimming is like Aquaman, saw the plan, altitude and latitude equals altitude. The laboratory is a whole different story. The conflict invade your visual and auditory. From Madison Square to core states, elevate, conflict escalate, diaphragm dilate. Now the mic device is the vice, plus I'm nice. Parasites will be gone quick, running through the conflict. The conflict is man versus man. Don't know if I'm the protagonist or antagonist, but I'll be mad at the strap shit, the bad habit. Be the catalyst to these fantastics. The conflict is man versus man. Don't know if I'm the protagonist or antagonist, but I'll be mad at the strap shit, the bad habit. Be the catalyst to these fantastics. Do I want a Rolex on my wrist or just a Timex? Do I want to hold that girl to one climax? Now you see I want it all, but I don't want shit. I'm considered a buffoon when I get up at noon, but I swoon to the pen, the ink well. I think, tell me what the fuck to do with no parental guidance. How the hell you gonna ask me who's the highest? And how the hell you gonna ask me who's the mightiest? You see, I appear, but no special guesting. Dick Starbuck, now you can start the session. Someone who don't care, you got no question. You just don't get the lesson. Fuck your blessing. You think the Holy Ghost is cold comatose? You think he can't see you and the bliss we bleed through? So I smile to the heaven, toast to else so we can see. Identify the lies, the conflict, I bomb quick. The conflict is man versus man. Don't know if I'm the protagonist or antagonist, but I'll be mad at the strap shit, the bad habit. Be the catalyst to these fantastics. The conflict is man versus man. Don't know if I'm the protagonist or antagonist, but I'll be mad at the strap shit, the bad habit. Be the catalyst to these fantastics. The conference. The alchemist touches it, turns to gold. Mighty Mind touches it, it turns to gold. Mr. E touches it, it turns to gold. Eastern Conference touching it, it turns to gold. Never fold it.
I can't hear nothing. What's going on? Why can't I hear anything?
I said, Rasta, I'm ending I'm ending the stream.
He's on the air.
You're ending the stream?
Yeah.
You just messed up my whole stream.
When you see
I'm sorry.
the Rasta Bear, he's coming your way.
sorry.
You say Rasta Bear.
I was just saying hi.
The air.
Right.
What are you gonna
Later.
do about?
Recordings just got.
The estimated hold time is now 96.
Wait.
If you're going to maintain the paradigm, everything you see in the sky is an actual solar system, you're never going to be able to really comprehend my data. What I believe is that our entire sky is simulated. And the sky is going to perpetuate the illusion that the sun is 93 million miles away. I don't believe any of that. I don't believe any of that. This illusion of stars, illusion of stars, believing that there is freedom up there when it's not. We're in a contained area. The simulacrum is based on simulacrum principles. We are living within a mathematical construct. Everyone operating here. I believe we live in a sentient biogram that is far more advanced than we're able to attain right now.
No one's breaking out the firmament. It's a spinning vortex and it's permanent. They already tried with Operation Fishbowl, but all I did was cause atmospheric turbulence. No one's breaking out the firmament. Positive, that's one thing I'm certain of. They already tried it with the Hadron Collider, but it never worked out, and now it's just concern. Everyone is trapped. We ain't going anywhere. You should be petrified. You should be very scared. If you want to see the future, I'm already there. Everyone is trapped, we ain't going anywhere. When you die, you're coming back, and that's a fact. And when you die again, you're coming back again. I must have done a couple 100,000 laps, but now I'm tired, I just need to take a nap. No one's breaking out the glass, sense home. I need to find a path home, I'm feeling homesick. That's why my heart's cold. All I see is disembodied entities and dark souls. Non-player characters, please don't talk to me. Cause I will punch you in your face very forcefully. I wouldn't do that type of thing normally, but everyone is trapped in these magnetic vortices. Like a manifest reality, I'm overcoming all these algorithmic templates. I've been flying around the world with no restrictions, cause I don't need the jab, but you mad, I'm exempt. Don't piss me off, you know my strength's great. I just need to be alone, I need some headspace. I'm a very complicated person, I was meditating in assembly in 10th grade. Embrace your multi-dimensionality. Question everything because anything is possible and everything is energy. You are a multi-dimensional God inside the holographic matrix simulation. As we collapse this construct, embrace the endless cycle of reincarnation. Wow. No one's breaking through the glass. No one's breaking through the glass. I see I'm lost. I'm out for the stars. I'm looking for the stars. I keep on going north. I keep on going north. I'm going discover ancient land. Discover ancient land. On the road. This hidden continent. This hidden continent. And you can't quite believe it. You can't quite believe it. Meditation, astral travel, lucid dreaming. Do that every night and every day. Every night and every day. If you wanna question me, if you wanna question me, I'll need it. Your brain is fucking bleeding. Brain is keeping bleeding. Screaming. Isometric on the set. Isometric on the set. I bleeding. I don't have a reason. I just think I'm healing demons. I know this was a minor overcoming. I'll defeat it. Control, I'll delete it. Miles are more than deep it. Magic spells, I feel it. Energy is creeping. Energy is fine, I'm healing. I know I'm a light being. I know I've been to the fifth dimension. I know what they are concealing. No one's breaking out the firmament. All I see is NPCs. I see is murderers. All these ancient lands you ain't ever heard of them. Never talking through fan. I don't know why you're turning them. A mission on this plane. Mission on this determine what. I'm looking for the answers. I need to start relearning them. I do some meditation. Now I am observing them. I guess it's syncretism. All these pedos who are serving them. I'm fucking burn the cunts. Diverting, I am cursing them. I think we just alerted them. The AI is preserving them. 33.4% with a cent transferring them. Then getting out this holographic matrix. I'm converting them. I'm reading all the files. I keep the knowledge in my brain. And I have rolled for miles. Nothing's getting in my way. I used to love this world. The smile was taken from my face. 20 years from now, we will see this system break.
I have many videos that are explaining the astronomical anomalies that the scientific community doesn't want to talk about, the lack of parallax, the actual documented that astronomers have studied for the past 100 years showing that no matter what Earth's position is, not one single instance of parallax has ever been documented, and that's impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
Triple beam, I get a deal. I'd rather speak upon Omary's cheek steals. It's the outer paper, not the caps I peel. I use my independent money to pay the rent. Remaining hell bent and fall from heaven sent. Where they went, the days when mics got destroyed. Bees just bored and soft punks got toyed. Unemployed was a happy-go-lucky MC. And now that's all they fucking be bringing to me. Where they went, with summer concerts on concrete. Elite could put 12 G's in the seats. Now I release a masterpiece of my music. It's 99 and no one could use it. They rather reuse it. The audience confuse it. Take Chuck D's time pop, try to diffuse it. The meaning, you're thinking of what I'm meaning. It seems that you gotta come cheap to compete. That's why when I choose to go deep, you go sleep on a verse. You're not gonna get it first. Like OJ would never ever get a hurts when he died. Think about the lies over lies. Converse about the hurts of this rap universe. Cause radical elements remain eloquent. The repercussions tear right through the fabric, so act quick. Kids at the top is laughing. They trying to turn hip-hop to just plain rapping. Let the poppers pop and the breakers break. Cause it's just so much of this shit that I can take. Now I can't stand the rain. The shit's all the same. Mr. E, excommunicate your whole game. Back in 88, baby, everything was gleaming. What meaning? You're thinking of what I'm meaning. Where your skills at? Where the ill raps? Where the new tracks? Where your heart at? Where the new jacks? Getting contracts. I got a rhyme that I ain't even wrote. Save the drama classes for the masses. Hip hop, glaucoma, Baby, I prescribe the glasses, the vision's near sight, the narrow mind, the whack shit that you hear, the song Hate and Fight. Take it like party, fools act retarded. In 98 lyrics, just disregard it. Now how hard it be, yo, to really concentrate, writing metaphors, whack shit, I annihilate. Now fools coming through, spilling much gibberish, while Mighty Mountain I stay at Nicholas. Rap's a bedpan, and I'll be the nurse, removing shit with lyrics that I disperse. Nail your coffin, cause your death's epitome. Your fate be taken out, it's most likely. Not likely, we be the high and the mighty, stomping out crews, the team of the 90s. You know what I'm meaning? You think you know what I mean? Gangstar and DOC, Latin, the Dismasters, Showing Age, the Crown Rulers, and Dilated, KMD, the Tough Crew, and JVC, the Main Source, the Arsonist. King Solomon to your Senate and Congress. Lyrical triumph fest. Turning thugs Amish. Quadruple to your Uno. What you know? Got weight like 2 sumos on Pluto.
Yes, E, my flow is stunning. Cunning with expertise. Evidence effortlessly. The exorcist. I met sis. Obtain poison fist. Spiritual combat is how I'm rocking this.
Blow smoke screens in heaven. We lace adrenaline. Your 3 loaves of bread couldn't fuck with the 11. Bring 95 feces to 1 page of feces.
I'm not the one to loop shit, chop drums into pieces. At least these days, I got lyrics in abundance. Shout out the homie block in Greenpeace in London. And for production, it's all on how you truncate. Records take up space and get heavy, hold the weight. Hold that.
Most MCs, I don't care what they say.
Right, they're on the right track, but they're on the wrong train. Wrong destination, wrong reason for the action. I come equipped with flows and pack game like Paxson.
Most MCs, I don't care what they're saying.
They're on the right track, but they're on the wrong train. Wrong destination, wrong reason for the action. My name is Ev, I take you out like subtraction. My mind is attached in my physical form. I stress my emphasis as I enter this. It's getting warm, storm clouds start to darken. My rhymes flood like Noah in the Ark. It's worst nightmare, wear your shades for the glare. My skyline turns chartreuse and aqua turquoise. Toys turn to girls, boys turn to men. I'm in the situation, by not started. In this case, I'm committed. Serve them like Lendo, smoked out in interviews, but still intellectual. So check the perpetual escalation from dilated. The mic icons who roll thick like Python.
E equals MC squared.
Someone's scared.
We dropping mathematicals, you ain't prepared.
The equation shows that we're truly amazing.
Dividing up your crew with nothing remaining. E equals MC squared.
Someone's scared.
We dropping mathematicals, you ain't prepared.
The equation shows that we're truly amazing.
Dividing up your crew with nothing remaining. To unscramble my mandibles untangible. Unhandleable tantrums from the scandalous vandal. The pictures of Hawker, foul like street hawkers. Teleport like Nightcrawler in the sleepwalkers. Fought up beatboxes, versus G-toxins. Hobgoblins hobnobbing, who's be not sobbing. Check this direct dialect on Sanskrit. Claiming that they fresh, they spit breath at transit. We pillage the dat and Tashcan. The last chance. Put on my shit and watch thugs try to slam dance. It be the 30 decibels feeling punchy. Facing me is like Bizarro and Solomon Grundy. Not to mention, man, you just need a try more. How you matching a Neanderthal versus cyborg? Elementals with pens and pencils, just stencils. Silhouettes get my shit crushed by more mentals. Mentals.
Evidence, Alchemist, Mighty Mind, Mr. Eon.
just my voice in his hand.
That's what hip hop was and still stands.
What?
We don't have a band.
It's just my voice in his hand.
That's what hip hop was and still stands.
'Cause
we don't have a band.
it's just my voice in his hand.
That's what hip hop was and still stands. We don't have a band.
It's just my voice in his hand.
That's what hip hop was and still stands.
Step to the mic, Starbucks on arrival. Raise the Illidale where I wreck the recital. Introduce Jack Daniels to Mary Jane. Now they dating in my body. Shit ain't the same. Your petty thinking cap need training like Amtrak. Can't stand that. Need to abandon that. Catch a random violent act over a phantom track. With Zoot and hammer pants, we ain't wearing that. Swearing that they nice when I'm vastly more nasty. Trashy, trying to be all cute and dashing. To alien crafts, I be unabductable. My visionary path is unobstructable. With the dope we on, mine look like a Pokemon. Arsenic lace lyrics that you choking on. Catch my illest tail up on storyboards like my latest smorgasbord with 40 whores. Higher mighty nicest, too hot, spinnable. Listen ER frequencies untransmittable. Come around the way, we don't act hospitable. Can't see us, so on stage we invisible. Higher mighty nicest, too hot, spinnable. Listen ER frequencies untransmittable. Come around the way, we don't act hospitable. Can't see us, so on stage we invisible. Kill Billy Blanks with Tabo, puffin' hydro. But guess what, kids? I wasn't even high though. 1,030 words can't describe my sturdy turds. Absurd like 30 nerds doing the dirty bird in Atlanta. Trash, skidded up Pampers, looking like some old washed up exotic dancers. Trains get sprayed like high schoolers these days. They don't listen to hip hop, they checking Green Day. My unexpectedness is like the 69 Mets. My 69 wets on my penthouse best. A mic better snatch it, record gotta scratch it. A loop better catch it, the blunt better ash it. Who wanna see me erupt like I had beans, tacos, pizza, and Chinese for lunch? Watch me daydream about Tyra's vagina. Take a VH2 and catch me in an all-nighter. Higher mighty nicest, too hot, spinnable. Listen ER frequencies untransmittable. Come around the way, we don't act hospitable. Can't see us, so on stage we invisible. Higher mighty nicest, too hot, spinnable. Listen ER frequencies untransmittable. Come around the way, we don't act hospitable. Can't see us, so on stage we invisible. I'm the illest one, I smoke L's for 50 years. Catch emphysema, then sue Philly blunts. Really stunts no need for elaborate tactics. Just lick your lips and presto, it's my mattress. Electrocute you with wet clothing articles. Send your ant particles to the Antarcticas with no bubble nauticas, no fleeces. More popular in Brooklyn than Pee Wee Reese's. More infamous in LI than Colin Ferguson. More hated uptown than Mayor Rudy, son. I'm David Berkowitz when I be spurting this. Son of Sam on this here diagram. Fuck immaculate conception, I was Anakin's dad. Took the book to Amsterdam and now the Vatican sad. See my boys are nuts, ill poise on cuts. Yo, my toes can't swell, you be toys on us. Higher mighty nicest, too hot, spinnable. Listen ER frequencies untransmittable. Come around the way, we don't act hospitable. Can't see us, so on stage we invisible. Higher mighty nicest, too hot, spinnable. Listen ER frequencies untransmittable. Come around the way, we don't act hospitable. Can't see us, so on stage we invisible. Yes, indeed. Too hot. The spittablest. Mr. ER. Yes, indeed. Starbucks coming through once again. DJ Mighty Ma. Henry Bibby.
You are the wind beneath my wings. You are the wind beneath my wings.
That was a great song, Jessica. Thank you.
What? That song sucked. Timmy, you know what? Because it's your birthday, your Uncle Mikey is going to do a little number for you. Happy birthday, kid.
courtside season first unit wanna fluff on my so my boom burner. Met 16 with Dwight on the back. I wanna beat with platinum written right on the track. I want a Philly team to go win it ball. I wanna see if y'all really know it all. I wanna pair a high of my low top nights. I wanna stare at how they cruise all night. I wanna win the lottery, roll up BC. I wanna spin the godly, throw up the cheap seats. Want a Big Mac to be good for me. I want a big sack of little hood trees. I wanna chase dreams that be unseen. I wanna lace cream and seem obscene. I wanna be an MC till I'm 52, but all I see is enemies in the eyes of you. It's like I'm corner and I order to this. I out of order misfit, I smoke a this. I wanna be a wanna me, so all of me is hard to be. I want a tree is coulda, woulda, shoulda, would eat. It's like I'm corner and I order to this. I out of order misfit, I smoke a this. I wanna be a wanna me, so all of me is hard to be. I want a tree is coulda, woulda, shoulda, would eat. It's like I wanna peak with the right rhyme, the right time, order. Speak my mind inside on dotted lines, order. Be the speed and show crowds that bleed. I order. See, I need to slow down and move. I order. Leave the scale alone and get all clean. I order. Be that man at home and wet all the dreams. Order. Rep Philly till this day that I die. Order. Step silly still the way I get order. Get my acting gear and chase the stove. I order. Blast with fear and laces show. I order. Get out the game with a summer house on a step the same, cause I'm dumber now. It's like I'm corner and I order to this. I out of order misfit, I smoke a this. I wanna be a wanna me, so all of me is hard to be. I want a tree is coulda, woulda, shoulda, would eat. It's like I'm corner and I order to this. I out of order misfit, I smoke a this. I wanna be a wanna me, so all of me is hard to be. I want a tree is coulda, woulda, shoulda, would eat.
You see? And that's how you do a birthday song. Yeah.
Yo, hey, yo, Joe. Yo, no, they said to come talk to you. I don't know who you are. What do you mean you don't know who I am? Yo, I don't know who you are. Who are you? Who are you? I'm Joan Rivers. Oh, fuck up, Joan. Back up off the stage and give me this mic so this bull here can rage. I played one once, but ain't no small-time crook. Putting B-list actors up in my rhyme book. You're walking down Sunset, but no one can save you. Ben, give me that rollie that J-Lo just gave ya. Actor turn rapper, so what you earn. Took all my F's down for sure. How I learned. And pretty boy actors think you can't get drunk. She gonna do when I got Demi in my trunk. Trucker hats, looking whack. Trucker hats, looking whack.
That's me. I am Mighty Trilogy. Back with the flyest material. That's me. I am Mighty Trilogy. Back with the funky beats. Back in this third eye, verse you a cyclops. They traded they high tops for nice size white rocks. Words in my right, then past my left ear. Your style is ass out like the Bulls of next year. Fear this veneer, you guess none like virgins. Who that cat splurging instead of rehearsing. Tough guys, degentrify your high rise. Looking more like Barlow than the fucking Fry Guys. Go on uptown, fucking senoritas. In Taco Bell screaming, Viva Gordite! Bring all your dogs, I give them rabies. They never had a chance like my two aborted babies. Got Pope John Paul II, brain of Satan. Have your vegan girlfriend cooking up bacon. Off barbiturates with that shit that you hit. Smoke my split with your corresponding bifida.
My 9 is lifting you 6 feet when I spray rounds. Hit you with 12 shots in midair and 4 more on the way down. As 8 strays graze through a kid's hair on the playground. You lay down on a stretcher. No pun intended. Top out of your whip and leave it unattended. Before I whip out this gun and end it. Unless you want it in it with bullet holes any minute. Cause I can leave your infinite full of those even if someone's in it. Snatch the airbag, hit the corner and park it. Corner to market, I got it tied up in a chair and gag. Bitches get smacked and grabbed by the hair and drag like cave women. While I'm grave digging with Marilyn Mann.
If you got a bowl of hash, better cash it. Got a satchel flash it. I'ma take your last hit.
And if you spitting wax shit on the microphone, I'ma snatch it out of your hand so fast I'ma detach it.
So if you got a bowl of hash, you better cash it. Got a satchel flash it. I'ma take your last hit.
I'm flabbergasted on 2 taps of acid. Threw my baby smother in the hatchback and latched it.
John Eon's whack now. How you think that? Couldn't get on my record if you a straight rap. That's a greater rate. With these rhymes I'll be toting. Let's go back online and jerk off on your motor. My God, stupid mucus from these loose lips. My loose leaf leave your whole persona weak. To the point that you stand up on your feet, best retreat. Let's go back in time and steal my whole steed. The quickening, did a brisk at the christening. I'm exercising, doing liftings and twistings. This thing's the nicest. I keep telling you, what the fuck this guy on the corner been selling you?
I'm emailing you at the wrong website, misspelling you. Prank you and put the fear of hell in you. Escape Bellevue, stuff the nurse in the purse. Dispersed like I added too many words in the verse. Slim Shady, a perverted version of birth. Driving off, leaving the murdered virgin in church. The first person who's searching the earth for the motherfucker that pulled the plug when they should have alerted the surgeon first. Get those curves and hit with your own words. Leave me alone, bitch. I get on my own nerves. And if I don't got 2 balls and a middle finger to throw up, I'm taking off both shoes and sticking each middle toe up. Fuck
you. If you got a bowl of hash, better cash it. Got a satchel flash it. I'ma take your last hit.
Give me that. And if you spitting wax shit on the microphone, I'ma snatch it out of your hand so fast I'ma detach it.
So if you got a bowl of hash, you better cash it. Got a satchel flash it. I'ma take your last hit.
I'm flabbergasted on 2 taps of acid. Threw my baby's mother in the hatchback and latched it. Any disease out there, I'm willing to catch it. Slim Shady, all praises to the high and mighty. Slim Shady, naughty rotten rhymer.
Mr. Eon, endless rhyme dropper.
Slim Shady, naughty rotten rhymer.
Mr. Eon, endless rhyme dropper.
Slim Shady, naughty rotten rhymer.
Mr. Eon, endless rhyme dropper.
I represent through mind, soul, and body. Mind, soul, and body. I represent through mind, soul, and body. Mind, soul, and body. I represent through mind, soul, and body. Mind, soul, and body. I represent through mind, soul, and body. Mind, soul, and body. I represent through mind, soul, and body.
The light shines artificial like blue blockers. Coming up with theories you can't ponder. The essays and thesis, I got a lot of. Like da 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 da, like Joe Cocker. Call me in the knife and I'll be a stopper. Traverse the NY in my Eon copter. Fucking with the Starbucks, don't even bother. You be flirting with death like playing Frogger. Now a beat ain't a beat without a kick like soccer. I keep a bag of chronic inside my locker. When the BK, welcome back Carter. If I rhymed in the 50s, Brooklyn Dodger. Make any 12-inch just a little hotter. Turn Christopher Reeve to a head bopper. When I have no cheese, I'll be the restocker. Then transform the illest rhyme dropper. Now who's to say who's not a real hip hopper? 2 years ago, I was a real floor mopper. I ain't from the Bronx like Benny Blanca. If she don't call you back, don't even jock her.
In any form, I'm doing work over I represent through mind, soul, and body. In any form, I'm doing work over I represent through mind, soul, and body. In any form, I'm doing work over I represent through mind, soul, and body. In any form, I'm doing work over now even cheapskates is keeping my tape release.
You be mistaken, like Russian 8 men that Aikman. I hate them fucking industry vagrants, claiming that they be pounding the pavement. When just last night I seen them raving. Mr. E, give you lyrics you craving. NYLES is where I'm staying. In this world, my microphone is my haven. Now keep your ears clear when I be playing. Top 10 coaches cold is how I'm rating. I take ball hits till I be fainting. I wish I saw loot. You think I'm raking. Shorty in the back commence to ass shaking. When in Portland, I'll be trailblazing. What is this fake rap crown you be chasing? I see that rat trap that kids be baiting. Coming on your kiss depends where I'm aiming. Star buckle, keep you wet like days it's raining. Where all these hip-hop kids were saving? Remember whipping me must be the tabs you wait when. It didn't happen like blacks voting for Reagan. Inhalation, check how much remaining. Hip-hop Hall of Fame, Eon, you're engraving.
In any form, I'm doing work over me. I represent through my soul and body. In any form, I'm doing work over me. I represent through my soul and body. In any form, I'm doing work over me. I represent through my soul and body. In any form, I'm doing work over me. I represent through my soul and body. In any form, I'm doing work over me. I represent through my soul and body. In any form, I'm doing work over me. I represent through my soul and body. In any form, I'm doing work over me. Now even cheapskates is peeping my tape release day. In any form, I represent. In any form, I represent. In any form, I represent. I represent through my soul and body. In any form, I represent. In any form, I represent. In any form, I represent. I represent through my soul and body. 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 In any form, I represent. In any form, I represent. In any form, through my soul and body. In any form, I'm doing work over me. I represent through my soul and body. In any form, I'm doing work over me. I represent through my soul and body. In any form, I'm doing work over me. Now even cheapskates is peeping my tape. In any form, I represent. In any form, I represent. I represent through my soul and body. My soul and body. My soul and body. My soul and body. In any form, I represent. In any form, I represent. In any form, I represent. I represent through my soul and body. My soul and body. My soul and body. My soul and body.
I encompass the circumference of your compass. Smokey the Bear's opponent, face atonement. The Karma Super Tutor, the Met Tutor. Shorties like my split finger like Drew Shooter. You caught in this web of the spike, the high and the might. Slight, right, entirely the one to leave your son rayless. Now your style should be made like a pair of payless. Pick apart your secondary, like Jim Plunkett. Who would've thunk it? Titanically, I fucking sunk it. Hope to have a spot like Georgia Wheezy. Chocolate peanut butter shit, like Reese's and feces. Reese's are observable, absurdable. My elements enough to make a kid take a pull. No preservatives, but I'm still edible. I need my shit green to remain incredible. You don't know the half of me wanted all the other half-ass. I'm halfway there, I'll be death-defying with in-depth rhyming. Periphery, I can see the whole vicinity. You don't know the half of me wanted all the other half-ass. I'm halfway there, I'll be death-defying with in-depth rhyming. Periphery, I can see the whole vicinity. I'll be a misfit of science, like Andre the Giant. You need to shut up, give in divine silence. Amongst 2 million, I still be the ill one. Multiply 2 zillion, I'ma still come with stupidity. Turn his answer to Satan, ranting and raving while you cave in. See, I love the sugar walls, get with my hand though, and waxing off will be the death of me like Rambo. Calisthenics on any premise, yo, relish the gleam on it. Eon, uncommon like Brian Piccolo's Piccolo. Mr. the burgers still remain. My Vinny Del Negro, I shine golden when you see me. Like C3PO, I'm PO, fire microphone BO. But me though, either we green like Rito. Keep that shit tight like Grandpa Speedo. You don't know the half of me wanted all the other half-ass. I'm halfway there, I be death-defying, within depth rhyming, periphery. I can see the whole vicinity. You don't know the half of me wanted all the other half-ass. I'm halfway there, I be death-defying, within depth rhyming, periphery. I can see the whole vicinity. Your pitiful spittle pales to the hair in full scale. You're straight monorail. My impact is Amtrak, you toy Lionel. Your slinkies and weevils fail to prevail. You couldn't even fuck with my echo. You better let go. This mirage, face the barrage. You can't mess with Eric, the derelict, cherish it while we smoke on this green relish shit. Cause I huff on touches, Felipe couldn't fall. Step into a spot, thinking I'm a narc is pathetic. My lifestyle is energetic. When I wrecked the set, even Leon couldn't let it happen. The high induced the hand clapping. Hallucinations that you see from the rapping. My hands stick from the snaps I was slapping. Step into the Coliseum, what the fuck happened? You don't know the half of me wanted all the other half-ass. I'm halfway there, I be death-defying, within depth rhyming, periphery. I can see the whole vicinity. You don't know the half of me wanted all the other half-ass. I'm halfway there, I be death-defying, within depth rhyming, periphery. I can see the whole vicinity. You don't even know the half. 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 Know the half. Know the half.
Yo, microphone mutilator, ill translator, dirty, decibel, qualified live, living to fight another day, rhyme spray, devastate the diagram in any melee. Microphone mutilator, ill translator, dirty, decibel, qualified live, living to fight another day, rhyme spray, devastate the diagram in any melee.
What's gonna rip out your heart? Show it to ya. Homes I couldn't find it, plus you're mindless. Nicest during this time of crisis. You trying to see me, you just might become eyeless. Even if you rewind this, I dumbfound the wisest scientists, like it's spineless. Start to the end of us, we've been venomous. Tremendous nemesis to your mere presence. Undefeatable, inject placebos. Where the tree grows is where the ego's. My ego's big too, ask your amigos. Megaton flasher, psychedelic thrasher, boom bap basher, translucent. I see through you too, you my student, the protege of the soul sonic. Who want it? Entice you an addict to my phonics. Pharaoh
Microphone mutilator, ill translator, dirty, decibel, qualified live, living to fight another day, rhyme spray, devastate your diagram in any melee. Microphone mutilator, ill translator, dirty, decibel, qualified live, living to fight another day, rhyme spray, devastate your diagram in any melee.
Hydraulic, your rhymes prehistoric. To the most caustic MC, flame retarded, I've lost it. Major frame damage, better get Mako. Co-member, survive Heaven's Gate and Waco too. Fondue you in your own cheese eon on Jumbotron. Complete widescreen, burning up all the atlas with acid. Velocity, even Chris Carter couldn't catch this. I got your squadron with chronic hypnotic. Practice calisthenics and breath regimens. The best medicine against any rhyme virus. Following the path of Isis and Osiris. Iris and retina, see through the hopeless. Spitting chronic halitosis, the dopest. This is evident, I shine my deafness. Pulling guns on critics like Wyclef did. I have graph artists breaking, B-boys DJing, DJs spinning all linoleum pavements. Breakers writing their name in graffiti. Plus everyone wanna be a fresh MC.
Microphone mutilator, ill translator, dirty, decibel, qualified live, living to fight another day, rhyme spray, devastate your diagram in any melee. Microphone mutilator, ill translator, dirty, decibel, qualified live, living to fight another day, rhyme spray, devastate your diagram in any melee.
I wiretap mics, bugging turntables. A glance is enhanced by advanced surveillance. best. Have you trailed by my associates? Solely the holiest, they dissect you the phoniest. The story be untold, they broke the mold and burned the ingredients as etched on a scroll. Screaming in your grill, still subliminal, elegant with the illest intent. The hellbent, outspoken with shit you be quoting. Slay aliens with this mic I be toting. Then rhyme over techno, defeat from my echo. Chop limbs, torsos, bodily morsels. Stay mind-boggling. You can't equate the essence of the turntable plate is a state. Your finger paints, and I'm classic Greek sculpture. This might touch her, leave your tone ruptured.
Microphone mutilator, ill translator, dirty, decibel, qualified live, living to fight another day, rhyme spray, devastating diagram in any melee. Microphone mutilator, ill translator, dirty, decibel, qualified live, living to fight another day, rhyme spray, devastating diagram in any melee.
Please, don't forget to tip your waitress.
Static Selector. Static Selector. Static Selector.
I'm a walking bad habit, eat tabs up in the cabinet. Savage rap status, vocabulary extravagant. A rock star, popping rocks in bars. Used to flip bud, now this rapping copy a car. No telling, Connecticut felon. I GPS him and find my mark like Magellan with more lines than Corey Feldman. I never cease to impress him. I cardiac arrest him with every studio session. I'm killing them, no question. Web's back, better hold your breath when I'm rhyming home. I murder beats, I'm Jonah Hex with a microphone. Fiends saying I'm the dopest yet. And haters, I shrug them off until my fucking shoulders sweat. I'm breaking bones, a modern version of Casey Jones. Sword in hand, I'm the winner playing the Game of Thrones. Fuck beef, my rapping style's filet mignon. Getting drunk, fuck your driver, somebody take me home.
Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. I know that I should change, but I don't really think I can. It's just part of my nature, I never cracked and never ran. The world is falling on me when my back was in a jam. I always kept on fighting, that's exactly who I am. And this is who I am, no way that I can change it. I'm buck wild, stupid and dangerous. My best friends are not strangers. These are the motherfuckers I hang with. We speak the same language. And I ain't saying French, English, or Spanish, or Spanglish. I mean pain and anguish. This cocaine slaying and bang bang shit. Mac 11s that we aim with. In other words, I'm rolling with the same clique I came with. On the same list, and fuck being famous. Fame dreams are for groupies. I'm a real life gangster that you ain't seen in the movies. What I mean is I'm truly off the hook. Like a phone in a nursing home, homie. I'm that Boston crook. Take me home. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
I damage tracks, so listeners always ran it back. Always with a half ounce stuffed into a sandwich bag. I kill it quickly and always keeping the realest with me. Stealing all the fucking insulin from Wilford Brimley. Diabetes, rappers could never beat us. I've been spitting shit like this since I was just a fucking fetus. Keep your chick with me as long as she give dome. Rolling up the diesel and burning like Jim Rome.
Now I stand here as a man with the past, the inspiration for the kids on the corner, but still got the laugh of a mental patient. The infiltration of the game, born from a central hatred of fame. A pencil shaking with pain, an entrance staked in a claim from the wrath I became. My paragraphs I'm saying are futuristic pictures of the past from which I came. And this is slain with the shotty and the hoopty, son. My whole career's a robbery that they could never scoop me from. Take me home now, bitch. Watch for the cops hit the blinker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch. Take me home now, bitch. Watch before the cops hit the blicker when you switch lanes, cause you know that I'm famous and I'm rich. Eyes on the road, take me home now, bitch.
From Mattapan, going through Dorchester to get to Roxbury, just to get more fresh air. Going up Mass Ave, over to Newberry. I need the new what? I stay in new everything. I got game in the hood, swear to God, everybody know my name in the hood. And the clothes are dope, yes I must say. Threads and emos, I did on Johnny Cupcake. Hey girl, come here. I'm one of them boys that be in front of the corner mall downtown crossing. I'm a dawn to calm out, comprende. Eyes like the cigar sign, smoking on Fenway. I never go to sleep, never woke up, nothing sweet, but I'm dunking cause my donuts. Hi Tiffany, can we date, hun? I'm Mr. Boston, not from VH1. No! Yes! King Spider. There was ever a question in your mind? Who's the best of the beat? Stop it. I'm the motherfucking king. Beacon Hill, I know you got me. I see you, Duval. D-How, where we at? Sometimes I wanna go somewhere, man. You know? Where everybody know my motherfucking name, everybody do cocaine, you know? It's a place like Boston, you know? Beacon Hill, Paul Revere shit.
What's the matter? You bums forgot how to kill people? Doesn't your work mean anything to you anymore? Have you no sense of pride in what you do? No sense of duty? No sense of destiny? I'm looking for generals! What do I got? Foot soldiers!
Yeah. Yo, Bear, what up? Salute. Ferrigno, salute. Alright, look. Yeah. See, he ducking, I ain't even have to show him the three. When them shots fly, he ain't even know it was me. How you got chains, stupid, you supposed to be free. I laugh at you assholes like it's cold in the D. It's a million Philly killers, most notably me. Put your mob against the wall like a poster of P. What you think inside this big black holster on me? It's the crucifix that dangled from the rosary bead. Ain't nobody fucking with me, everybody know the time. Motherfuckers didn't get the picture like a photobomb. The driveway full of Aston Martins like a Motorcon. Aim the yapper, let these bitches fly till he emulsified. This the Church of Satan, it's the final invitation. Everybody dying, this is final destination. Me and you could go to war, that's the price a soldier paid. The knife word cut the clavicle and touch the shoulder blade.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the 4 nickels shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the 4 nickels shining so vibrantly.
Killers with Phil down in you eyes. I killed the mob of you guys. Fuck the fries, just kebab you with knives. Everybody got mafia ties. White castles at the bar, Mr. Appetizer, shotties and knives. Gucci gooses on display, shooters on the way. Bruce's on the bay, the Farrah pizza buffet. In exclusive day, banana hands like Tony Roberts. Spumoni Gardens, the Coney down that homie. We keep the chromie poppin'. Rockin' the 14th century death mask. Gazelle goggles and Fendi headbands. I talk that Brooklyn shop you up talk.
Shoot on like it used to fuck off. You never had enough sauce for blood sport. Nor to stomach the floors with the drugs bought. Caught 100 the floor, stuck a drug lord. Swimming pool shaped like a dollar sign. And choppers that make a day rape out of Columbine. Raiders of the laws, cocaine, Satan mass. Papers of the frauds, coalesce with the ancient math. Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.
Blood everywhere, smelling like copper pennies. Get shot in the head, salute you with a shot of Henny.
Creep up on you silently with the phone nickel shining so vibrantly.